Chapter 3473. Long Chen had saved the lives of these two, and they were on very good terms with Long Chen. They were the few who treated Long Chen the best among the ancestor gods of the myriad worlds. Like Qi Yu, these two had been born at the beginning of the fifth epoch, and were among the more powerful ancestor gods of the fifth epoch. Sacred Ancestor Ho-I, Sacred Ancestor Skycloud, and Demon Ancestor 9-In were too weak before them. As for Emperor Ancestor Donghua and the others, they were even weaker. You still don't intend to stop? Ancestor God Hun Kuan sneered. He was skilled in the laws of time, space, and devouring. With his anger, all the rebelling ancestor gods were suppressed in front of him, bound by the laws of space and unable to move. The space around them solidified into ropes, completely trapping them. Sacred Ancestor Ho-I, Demon Ancestor 9-In, and even the distant Sacred Ancestor Skycloud were bound by the spatial ropes, unable to move at all. They were at the mercy of Ancestor God Pangu and Ancestor God Hun Kuan. Seeing that they had been captured, Long Chen emerged from the Eternal Steel Divine Diagram and gathered with Sword Ancestor Yuan. I said you've lost. Long Chen glared at Demon Ancestor 9-In. Count yourself lucky, but as long as we don't die, you can forget about living. Demon Ancestor 9-In struggled frantically, but she could not break free. All she could do was glare at Long Chen fiercely, wanting nothing more than to eat Long Chen up. I'm still not satisfied. Long Chen could not wait to know why they wanted to assassinate him. Seeing that Demon Ancestor 9-In was not listening, Long Chen said to Ancestor God Hun Kuan, Senior, the evidence is conclusive. Everyone has seen it, and the two of you know it very well. Let's report this to the Ancestor God Alliance. Let them handle this matter. It wasn't that Long Chen was relying on the Ancestral Gods Alliance, but this matter concerned the three ancestral gods of the Sixth Era. Long Chen didn't have the authority to punish them. If he punished them on his own, he might even bring trouble to Ancestral God Hun Kuan and the others. After all, they had already been captured, and according to the procedures of the myriad worlds, Long Chen didn't want to bring trouble to himself. Ancestor God Hun Kuan snorted coldly. These fellows are biting the hand that feeds them. They have no sense of shame. There's no way we'll be able to punish them if we get someone from the Ancestor God Alliance to come out. I think we might as well just kill them. That was Ancestral God Hun Kuan's temperament. Of course he was just joking. No one dared to act rashly behind the Ancestral God Alliance's back right now, besides these blind fools. Primeval War Ancestor is here as well. When Long Chen opened the Death Realm Dragon Gate, he let Primeval War Ancestor come here. He was originally busy, but when he heard that Long Chen had captured them, he came over. However, he didn't expect that he would capture so many other than the 9-In Demon Ancestor. He stood in front of Sacred Ancestor Ho-I and said, It seems like if I didn't show up the last time, you would have killed Long Chen. Even at this level, Sacred Ancestor Ho-I wasn't afraid. He sneered, of course, he can only blame himself for being too lucky. So, you've confessed to your actions and your sins. When Primeval War Ancestor said this, Sacred Ancestor Ho-I shut his mouth. This was the greatest shock to the myriad worlds after the Doomsday War. Very quickly, although the other members of the Ancestor Gods Alliance had yet to arrive, their silhouettes had already arrived at the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. Not long after, over 100 Ancestor Gods from the Ancestor Gods Alliance from the 4th and 5th eras had basically all arrived. Everyone's eyes were cold as they scrutinized Long Chen and the dozen or so who were bound. Long Chen, it's you again. Why are you always the one with the most problems? Among the 4th era's ancestral gods, the Chaos Hole Shaman Ancestor's voice was cold as he expressed his dissatisfaction. Shaman Ancestor, someone wants to kill me, but it has nothing to do with me. Now that everyone is here, it's time for me to understand why they attacked me. Also, it's time for them to be punished. Facing the 4th era's ancestral god, the Chaos Hole Shaman Ancestor, Long Chen's attitude was neither servile nor overbearing. He was the victim this time, so there was no reason for him to lower his head. Among them the Chaos Hole Shaman Ancestor said, Primeval, since you're here, interrogate him. We'll just watch. They had come after learning that Sacred Ancestor Ho-I had led a group of people to kill Long Chen but had been captured. Furthermore, Sacred Ancestor Ho-I was in cahoots with the 9-In Demon Ancestor, who had wanted to kill Long Chen, so he couldn't escape suspicion. The Primeval War Ancestor stood before everyone and said in a deep voice, The fourth era's ancestral god's divine might was so oppressive that even primeval war ancestor could hardly breathe. He asked now in front of the ancestral god's alliance, "Tell me why you schemed to kill Longchen time and time again, targeting his world origin each time." Under primeval war ancestor's interrogation, Longchen thought that they wouldn't speak, but the Nine demon ancestor directly said, "What other reason could there be? Because we hate him and are jealous of him. We were the first to discover and occupy the space within Mount Fiend God Bujo, but he obtained the origin dragon soul of the Void Aeon Dragon without our consent. The Void Aeon Dragon is the third era's origin ancestral dragon, so we definitely hate him for losing such an important item." At the side, the sacrificial god ancestor said, "Dear ancestral gods, Longchen has the ancestral dragon's inheritance, and with the Void Aeon Dragon's inheritance, he will sooner or later become stronger than all of you. Sooner or later, he will rule over the myriad worlds, just like before the epoch, when all the ancestral gods were suppressed by the ancestral dragon and had to listen to the ancestral dragon's will. I already have conflicts with Longchen, so when he becomes stronger than me, it will be terrible. Therefore, we discussed and gathered together to eliminate this scourge for all the ancestral gods. We are all doing this for all the ancestral gods, so please don't punish us and kill Longchen on account of this." It sounded like the truth, but it was not the answer that Longchen wanted. Longchen knew that this was definitely not the truth. When he took away the Void Aeon Dragon, they were not like this. Back then, sacred ancestor Longchen had also given up and had no intention of becoming enemies with Longchen. But at this moment, in front of the ancestral gods, sacred ancestor Xueqi said, "Just as ancestor god ancestor said, after our discussion, we feel that Longchen must be eliminated. His draconic sacrificial continent and the mystical dragon clan have already surpassed the fourth epoch's ancestral god ancestor. Moreover, after our probing, we discovered that he is a ruthless, protective, and vengeful person. Once the myriad worlds are under his control, without anyone to restrict him, the future of the myriad worlds and the ancestral gods of the myriad worlds will definitely be tragic. Therefore we have decided to act. We believe that the ancestral gods alliance will definitely understand us. Now that Longchen is weak, but he has already roped in a group of ancestral gods, his future is unimaginable. This is our only chance, so let's kill him now." Enough. Primordial War ancestor could not bear to listen any further. This was not the reason he wanted, it was simply nonsense. Although this explanation made sense, it was based on the fact that Longchen had not interacted with them before. However, Longchen had interacted with them and knew that they would not kill Longchen for this reason. At the very least, the arch-ancestor Donghua was not such a person. Longchen walked in front of the arch-ancestor Donghua and said, "You have helped me before. When I first entered the interior of the fiend god Bujo mountain, it was you who helped me. When I almost stepped into the Nine soul-binding array, it was also you who helped me and reminded me. Then, how could you be with them and use this senseless reason to kill me?" To be honest, Longchen was a little agitated. He did not do anything. Moreover, during the Doomsday War and all the previous battles, he worked hard for the myriad realms and sacrificed for the ancestor gods without asking for anything in return. But now, he was so badly slandered by them. The power of words could sometimes be so hurtful. Facing Longchen's questioning, the arch-ancestor Donghua smiled and said, "Are you a fool? Of course it was to get closer to you. If not, would you have trusted me? Would you have really been led into the trap of the Nine demon ancestor? Stupid ancestral dragon. You deserve to die. Even if you don't die today, one day, you will be killed by our ancestor gods. You and our ancestor gods are not on the same side." This answer made Longchen a little confused. Damn, this was really ridiculous. Longchen did not expect that such a reason would work. The key was that someone actually believed it. "Alright, we understand." In the Ancestor God Alliance, the chaotic whole ancestor was a little impatient and said, "Longchen, you don't have to be anxious or care about it. The reason is simple. These fellows are thinking too much. We can still see your contributions to the myriad realms. As for your future achievements, it is uncertain. These fellows are too sensitive, so they committed such a mistake. Although it is unforgivable, it is not serious. Yes, although they have gone overboard, Longchen, you don't need to care about it. As the saying goes, right and wrong are in the heart. You know best what kind of person you are. It is not that others think you are a great evil, but you are. As for this matter, They are too sensitive. Just lock them up and let them reflect. This was another fellow who disliked Long Chen. He was the common people's imperial ancestor of the common people's imperial domain. The heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. There are many things to do in the myriad realms, and we need peace. Killing is wrong. Every ancestor god has the right to live. Xueqi and the others made a private guess and tried to kill people. Fortunately, they did not succeed. This behavior is wrong. They should be locked up for 5,000 years to reflect and change their minds. Only then can they be released, said another fellow who disliked Long Chen. The primordial chaos ancestor god said, 5,000 years is not a short time. Let's leave it at that. I also think that 5,000 years is enough for them to think things through. Moreover, when the time comes, we can let them come out and see if Long Chen is as heartless and evil as they think, said the ancestor of original soul. In fact, the other few didn't have any evil intentions, but the key was that they didn't really understand the situation. What made Long Chen depressed was that he knew that the reason given by Xueqi and the others was definitely not the real reason. As for the punishment of 5,000 years, Long Chen didn't think it was a problem. At least after 5,000 years, these ancestor gods of the 6th era would no longer be a threat to him. When the time came, they would be tortured by Long Chen. The key was the reason. Chapter 3474. This definitely wasn't the reason. Hearing Long Chen's words, Mortal People Emperor Ancestor smiled and asked, "Then tell me, what other reason do they have to kill you? Or are you not satisfied with the punishment and want to kill them?" Long Chen, when you imprisoned Nightmare Ancestor God, you must have acted on your own, right? The last sentence was something many Ancestor God Alliance didn't know about. Primal War Ancestor definitely wouldn't say anything about it. Who knew how Mortal People Emperor Ancestor found out? Long Chen tossed that aside and said, "I am satisfied with the punishment, but I need to know why they want to kill me." The 9 Demon Ancestor laughed. "You are truly laughable. If it wasn't for the fact that we loathe you, we would still want to kill you. Could it be that we have a problem? Ancestor gods, if you don't kill Long Chen today, I believe that there will be a day when you will regret it." Preposterous. Chaos Cave Ancestor roared in rage and made 9 Demon Ancestor shut his mouth. In the end, Chaos Cave Ancestor said, "Enough, let's not waste time on this. Since everyone has decided to imprison him for 5,000 years, then let's do it. If anyone has any objections, feel free to speak up." Long Chen had objections, but the Chaos Whole Sorcerer Ancestor was asking for the opinion of the Ancestor God Alliance. Everyone in the Ancestor God Alliance felt that this matter was pointless. The Primordial War Ancestor was willing to speak up for Long Chen, but apart from him, all the 4th Epoch's Primordial Ancestor gods had agreed, so his objections were useless. Enough. Since everyone has agreed, then this matter will end here. Leave these 10 or so fellows to me. Ancestral God Hunkin, escort them to the Black Hole Shaman world. Chaos Cave Ancestor said lazily. Ancestor God Alliance had made a decision and there was no way to reverse it. Long Chen was really helpless. Primal War Ancestor said, "Why send them to your Chaos Cave Shaman world? Since I am here, I can imprison them." This way, Long Chen could still get close to them and find out the truth. On the other side, Common People Emperor Ancestor smiled. "So you want Long Chen to torture them before you imprison them? Primal War Ancestor, you are too protective of him." The matter of the Nightmare Ancestor God was indeed a taboo, and it had brought some trouble to the Primordial War Ancestor. Of course, the Primordial War Ancestor didn't care at all. He said, "Just leave one on my side. I can guarantee his safety. I'll leave my words here. If anyone doesn't believe me, they can come and check." Primordial War Ancestor's words carried enormous weight. Since he had already spoken to such an extent, if others continued to insist, then they would be going against him directly. Seeing that he was so stubborn, Emperor Ancestor Common People's Emperor was too lazy to fight with another 4th Era Ancestor God over such an unrelated matter, so he didn't say anything more. As such, the Primordial War Ancestor had kept the 9 Demon Ancestor and imprisoned it in the world he had created in front of everyone. He knew that Long Chen needed the 9 Demon Ancestor. As for the others, Ancestor God Hun Kuan used the Death World to send them to the Chaos Hole Shaman Ancestor. At this juncture, Saint Ancestor Xueqi and the others were still cursing and begging the other Ancestor gods to kill Long Chen. Of course, The Ancestor God Alliance wouldn't just kill Long Chen for such a reason. After all, there were many people in the alliance who were grateful to Long Chen. Maintaining the order of the myriad worlds was just a part of their wish. For example, Ancestor God Hun Kuan and Ancestor God Pangu had become good friends with Long Chen. For example, the primordial chaos Ancestor God and the others had no ill intentions towards Long Chen. At this time the matter was settled. The Ancestor Gods dispersed one by one, leaving behind Primordial War Ancestor, Ancestor God Pangu, Ancestor God Hun Kuan, and Sword Ancestor Yuan. No matter what, these people are imprisoned. Within 5,000 years, they won't do anything to you. And after 5,000 years, I believe they won't be your match, said the Primordial War Ancestor. Being able to keep the 9 demon ancestor alive was already a pretty good result. Do you think that what they said wasn't the real reason? Asked the Primordial War Ancestor. Long Chen shook his head and said with certainty, definitely not. The Primordial War Ancestor said, all right, I will go to the original soul world another day and let the original soul ancestor search for her ancestral soul to see what she is thinking. Leave this matter to me, don't worry. Hearing this news, Long Chen was extremely grateful to the Primordial War Ancestor. Today, for him, he had even clashed with the Mortal People Emperor Ancestor and Chaos Whole Ancestor. Don't be agitated. What I have done is nothing compared to the debt of saving my life. The Primordial War Ancestor didn't smile, but he was very sincere. Yes, Long Chen. It's just that when the forest is big, there are all kinds of birds. You don't have to care about some boring words. Ancestor God Pangu said. Truthfully, he was very touched by them. Everyone, don't worry. I know how to walk the path of the future. That would be the greatest repayment to them. That's right. Ancestor God Hun Kuan patted Long Chen's shoulder. He really appreciated Long Chen. This matter was over. Now, they just had to wait for the news from the Primordial War Ancestor. Then, Ancestor God Pangu and Ancestor God Hun Kuan returned. Not long after, Sword Ancestor Yuan saw that there was nothing else for him to do, so he left first. Without any threats, peace returned to the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. About 4 hours later, the Primordial War Ancestor contacted him from the distant original soul world. His tone was a little strange. Long Chen, I might have to disappoint you. The result is, the original soul ancestor said that he searched through the memories of the 9 demon ancestor and found out that she hated you and was jealous of you. She felt that you were the future calamity of the myriad worlds. You taking away the origin dragon soul of the void universe dragon was the fuse. I have a good relationship with the original soul ancestor. He wouldn't lie to us over such a small matter. What do you think? Long Chen also believed in the original soul ancestor, but he still couldn't accept this result. It was obvious that there was an unimaginable power that changed everything. But what was it? Let's leave it at that for now. I need to calm down. Long Chen replied. Even the original soul ancestor said so. He really didn't know how to guess. Don't worry. I still believe in you. If you have any ideas that can let you know the truth, you can come to me or her. The Primordial War Ancestor said to himself. Okay. This was the only thing he could do now. After all, even the original soul ancestor couldn't find the real reason. He definitely couldn't find it in a short time either. This matter was like a stone hanging over his head. Although he was safe for the time being, Long Chen was worried that this stone would fall on his head one day. No matter what, I'm weak in terms of strength. Lingxi and Kitten have reached the 8th era's original ancestor realm. I have to work hard too. Now that the Dragon Sacrificial Continent was protected by the Eternal Steel Divine Diagram, Long Chen prepared to return to the 4th floor of the Tower of Time and cultivate in seclusion. This would give him enough time to ponder over the rules and condense a new origin of the world. As for the origin dragon souls of the other ancestral dragons, the origin of the world, and everything else that was lost, the dragon attendants were searching for them. This time, the days were truly settled. The days of true cultivation no longer had the concept of time. In normal days, Li Xuanji spent more time with Long Yan and Long Lin. Now that she could use Long Chen's origin of the world and origin energy, she was equivalent to a doppelganger of Long Chen. Furthermore, it was a doppelganger that didn't need to cultivate at all. It was very easy. Lingxi needed to recover the origin of the world together with Long Chen. Mo Xiaolang was also relaxed. However, he was worried that he didn't have anything new to devour. Therefore it was very difficult for him to make progress. On the other hand, Kitten was very fast. After all, he was recovering his strength, which was a bit faster than Long Chen. On the 4th floor of the Tower of Time, 1,000 years passed. Before Long Chen could condense the second origin of the world, Kitten had already recovered 3 origins of the world and returned to the 7th era's ancestral god realm. He was almost at the peak of the 6th era's ancestral god realm. Now, he was still the strongest destruction ancestral god in the myriad worlds. After 2,000 years, Lingxi condensed the 3rd origin of the world in the White Lotus and reached the 7th era's ancestral god realm. Her strength was almost the same as Kitten's. At this time, the 2 children, Long Yen and Long Lin, had already reached the peak of half-ancestral god realm. However, they still couldn't condense the origin of the world. Long Chen was also thinking about it because he encountered a big problem. They weren't ancestral gods born in the myriad worlds, but were born by Long Chen. Although they had the complete origin dragon soul and inheritance blood essence, they didn't have the origin of the world after all. Therefore, their future might be the destruction ancestral god. Long Chen came to this conclusion. The destruction ancestral god might not give up. At least, it was highly possible that the 4th era's ancestral god realm might not be their final destination. It's over. I guess I can't keep my position as the strongest destruction ancestral god anymore. Kitten was speechless. After all, in terms of talent, these 2 little ancestral dragons were really heaven-defying. After 2,200 years, there were 2 pieces of good news. First, Lingxi's Black Prison had also condensed the 3rd origin of the world. After all, the White Lotus had the 3rd origin of the world. With experience and all kinds of assistance, the 3rd origin of the world in the Black Prison would condense faster. Lingxi's strength instantly leaped above Kitten's, reaching a level equivalent to the peak of the 7th era's ancestral god realm, which was the same level as the ancestral god realm. If Long Chen wanted to defeat her, he would have to spend a lot of effort. The second piece of good news was, Lingxi was pregnant for the 2nd time. Long Chen originally thought that it was a miracle that she could give birth to a little ancestral dragon. He didn't expect her to be pregnant a 2nd time. It was probably because her physique had greatly improved. If she hadn't reached the 7th era's ancestral god realm, she probably wouldn't have been able to withstand Long Chen's powerful bloodline. But this pregnancy would probably take a longer time. After all, it was only after 3,000 years of seclusion that he could vaguely see that it was a little dragon. It was still a long time before it was born. And until 4,000 years later, Long Chen finally condensed the 2nd origin of the world in the midst of slaughter, and successfully reached the 8th era's ancestral god realm. At the same time he made huge progress. Chapter 3475. Firstly, the 2nd blood-red world's origin was formed in slaughter. Among them, the ancestral soul of slaughter was divided into 2. Actually, in terms of a single world's origin, Long Chen's blood-red world's origin was mostly slaughter and death. In terms of power, it was much more powerful and terrifying than others' world's origin, which was all-encompassing. Therefore, the power of the 2 worlds' origin in slaughter was close to that of others' world's origin, which was the 7th era's ancestor god. Plus the superiority of the rules, the 7th era's ancestor god was naturally not a match for Long Chen. The 2nd world's origin of slaughter took 4,000 years. For the ancestor gods, 4,000 years was very short. Especially when he was on the 4th floor of the Tower of Time, it was only about 4 months in the outside world. The reason why it seemed slow was that Lingxi and Kitten recovered faster. Since they were all recovering after obtaining inheritances, it was normal for them to be a little faster. After the formation of the 2nd world's origin of slaughter, Long Chen didn't stop in a hurry. Now that he had a lot of experience, plus the surprise of Lingxi's pregnancy, he felt very happy. Then, he started to cultivate the 2nd world's origin of time. It wasn't difficult for him. He just needed time. When another month passed in the infinite worlds, another 1,000 years passed in the 4th floor of the Tower of Time. In total, 5,000 years had passed in this secluded cultivation. During this half a year, the dragon sacrificial continent was peaceful and developed rapidly. The population increased rapidly, reaching an unprecedented level of prosperity since the beginning of the era. The entire world was harmonious and happy, which was what Long Chen longed for. Especially when he reached the 8th era's ancestor realm, the dragon sacrificial continent was still expanding because of his growth, becoming more magnificent and magnificent. The divine dragon clan was incomparably powerful. Apart from the ancestor gods of the infinite worlds, no other race in the infinite worlds could match the divine dragon clan. Billions of divine dragons soared. Under such circumstances, about half a year passed in the infinite worlds, and about 5,000 years passed in the fourth floor of the Tower of Time. The second world's origin of time was also formed. Now Long Chen was the origin of two worlds, and had reached the level of the eighth era's primordial ancestor god. His strength had also risen to an unprecedented level. To be honest, Long Chen would rather stay here and improve himself, but he couldn't. Firstly, the accumulation of time might not be effective in the later realms. Secondly, he had to find the world origin and origin dragon soul as soon as possible. Thirdly, the strange behavior of the nine-yin demon ancestor and the others was still a thorn in Long Chen's heart. He had a premonition that if he did not clarify this matter, there would definitely be huge trouble in the future. Therefore, when the origins of the two worlds finally arrived at the 8th era, Long Chen left the Tower of Time and returned to Dragon's sacrificial continent. Rest well. Lingxi was working hard for the sake of Long Chen's third child. This was clearly an unusual child, and the commotion it caused was even greater than that of Long Lin. Don't worry, it's not the first time. Naturally, Lingxi cherished this child very much. Lingxi felt that he was lucky. After all, when he came, the infinite worlds were already in a peaceful state, unlike before, which was plagued with disasters. The lives of Long Chen and the others were also guaranteed to a certain extent. After returning to Dragon's sacrificial continent and witnessing the changes in the past half a year, Long Chen was very satisfied and emotional. The new living beings born in Dragon's sacrificial continent were simply much better than before. Nowadays, the divine dragons that had just been born, no matter how low level they were almost in the realm of gods. The proportion of mortals in the entire Dragon sacrificial continent was getting lower and lower. This was all thanks to Long Chen. On Dragon's sacrificial continent, he naturally received unparalleled respect, even though most of the divine dragons were still his ancestors. It's time to look for demon ancestor 9-yin. This matter was a knot in Long Chen's heart, and it had to be resolved. He traveled through the death realm and arrived at the primitive warship. Of course, when Long Chen was in seclusion, he would leave the Death Realm Dragon Gate in the Infinite Worlds every 1,000 years or so to prevent this huge advantage from disappearing. The protective array diagram of the primitive warship should have taken shape. At least from the outside, there seemed to be nothing, but Long Chen had a vague feeling that this primitive warship was now an iron fortress. Even the other fourth-era ancestor gods might not be able to break it and enter. The steel race in the primitive warship was truly safe, and Long Chen was still far from it. Come in. The primordial war ancestor knew of his arrival. After not seeing you for half a year, I didn't expect you to have already reached the realm of the 8th era ancestor god. You must have made a huge breakthrough in terms of combat power. Congratulations. The primordial war ancestor activated the array diagram for Long Chen. When Long Chen entered, the primordial war ancestor appeared beside him. Although he was from the steel race, one could still see a sincere smile on his face. As far as the eye could see, because of the return of the primordial war ancestor, the primitive warship was now unprecedentedly prosperous. The overall quality of the steel race was also improving, and even the number of supreme deity realm experts had increased significantly. The previous primordial war god had improved by a lot. You want to understand Demon Ancestor 9-yin, right? The primordial war ancestor clearly knew the purpose of his visit. It's been half a year, and I still want to understand why she wants to kill me, Long Chen said firmly. Although I went in a few more times and used all kinds of methods, I still couldn't get the truth you want, but I still have to let you find out for yourself. Regarding the matter of Demon Ancestor 9-yin, I have indeed tried my best. Even the primordial war ancestor couldn't do anything. In theory, Long Chen couldn't get the reason he wanted. In fact, he didn't even know what reason he wanted. He only knew that it definitely wasn't what she said. Go in. The primordial war ancestor opened a world for Long Chen. That was the place where he imprisoned Demon Ancestor 9-yin. Long Chen entered directly, and the primordial war ancestor closed it. He also said, if you need anything, just tell me directly. This primordial hell is a completely sealed space. As long as you don't kill her, you can do anything. No one will know. War Ancestor, do you think I can defeat and kill her? Long Chen asked. I have more confidence in you than anyone else. To be honest, I feel that in less than 100 years, you will probably surpass me. I'm different from other short-sighted people. At this time, I have to build a good relationship with you. It was rare for the primordial war ancestor to make such a joke. Of course, this also showed his absolute trust in Long Chen. Of course, that was his hope for Long Chen, but it was also Long Chen's goal. In half a year, he would reach the 8th era's primordial ancestor realm. In 100 years, he would even reach the 3rd era's primordial ancestor realm, truly standing at the peak of ancestor gods. He didn't seek to dominate the myriad realms, but to protect the myriad realms' peace. Rumble. The primordial hell was sealed. This was a world sealed off by layers of steel. It was completely dark, and there was no trace of spiritual chi. It was definitely an extremely silent prison. It was empty, and as long as one moved, there would be endless echoes. Although there were no disasters, it was indeed a nightmarish place. The Nightmare Ancestor God and the Nine Demon Ancestor were both here. Of course, they were separated, and had no chance to communicate with each other. Within the primordial hell, Long Chen immediately saw the Nine Demon Ancestor. The Nine Demon Ancestor was curled up into a ball with a pale face. Naturally, he saw Long Chen immediately because the Nine Demon Ancestor was here. As soon as he entered, he could feel the extreme coldness. Long Chen, you still dare to come here? The Nine Demon Ancestor stood up from her curled-up state. Endless chilly storms surrounded her jade-green dress, and her ink-colored cloak fluttered in the wind. Her eyes had already condensed into frost. I won't rest until the truth that I want is revealed. At this time, Long Chen walked step by step in front of her. Their powers collided in this sealed primordial hell. The truth. What truth do you want? The reason why we want to kill you. That's right. The Nine Demon Ancestor giggled. She twisted her waist and swayed left and right in front of Long Chen. Didn't I tell you before? The reason is that we hate and envy you. Isn't that enough? Long Chen knew she would say this. No matter how deep you hide, I will always have a way to make you say it. Lingxi had learned many powerful curses over the years, and she could definitely make this Nine Demon Ancestor wish she was dead. However, Long Chen was afraid of troubling the primordial war ancestor, so unless he had no other choice, he would not choose this method. All right. Actually, I can tell you. Suddenly, the Nine Demon Ancestor stopped laughing, and it turned into a cold and creepy smile. That smile made one's hair stand on end. Chapter 3476. Of course, she did not expect Long Chen to be so stupid as to agree. I can only say that this guy is too gullible. I have to grab this chance, I have to. The Nine Demon Ancestor kept reminding herself. From her expression, it could be seen that she was getting more and more ferocious. Between her fingers, there was a black needle. This was the source of her world, and also the source of all these destinable divine treasures or Tao treasures in the Nine Ancestor realm. Sharp, ferocious, killing without a trace. Its name was 9 Deaths. Mysterious Needle 9 Deaths. In this dark world, only the tip of the 9 Deaths needle shone with a deadly cold light. Then let's start now. The Nine Demon Ancestor lowered her head and squinted her eyes. Her gaze was getting crazier and crazier. Of course, to herself, she was definitely full of confidence. She had seen how Long Chen had defeated the sacrificial god ancestor, but there was a fundamental difference between the 6th and 7th era ancestor gods. Kill. As the Nine Demon Ancestor's ferocious voice rang out, the killing began in this sealed primordial hell. The Nine Demon Ancestor naturally had the mentality of getting rid of Long Chen once and for all. Her first move was definitely a fatal one. 9 soul-binding design. The previous design descended once again. Energy swept out like an ocean, and Long Chen was instantly trapped within it. Around him, the 6 demon god statues suppressed him and descended. Hong hong hong. Endless energy surged towards him. Even before he attacked, the coldness was already bone-chilling. This 9 soul-binding design reminded Long Chen of the last time. Back then, Emperor Donghua had tricked Long Chen, and Long Chen had almost been destroyed by this 9 soul-binding design. Therefore, he naturally had a deep impression of this rule. This is just the rule that binds me. The killing move is yet to come. Long Chen clearly understood this point. In the past, he had to risk his life in order to break this formation diagram. But this time, the Carnage Sword had already appeared in his hand. Within the 9-yin soul-binding formation, Long Chen had just formed the Carnage Sword, and the Carnage Sword in his hand swept out. Blood Wheel Sword. Boom boom boom. The surrounding demonic god statues all exploded. At that critical moment, Long Chen had already escaped from the formation diagram, completely destroying it. At the same time, the 9-yin demon ancestor's killing blow landed on the 9-yin soul-binding formation. You dodged so quickly. The 9-yin demon ancestor hadn't been able to kill Long Chen the first time, but she wasn't worried. She immediately launched her second attack. She seemed to have gone crazy. To her, this might be her last chance, so she completely abandoned everything, including her own life and death. Rainstorm Spirit. Swoosh. The mysterious needle 9 underworld appeared in her hand. Her wrist was very beautiful, but the yin qi was too heavy. Now that she suddenly swung it, the 9 underworld instantly split from 1 into 2, then into 4, and then into many things. Swish swish swish. In the blink of an eye, the 9 underworld had become a rainstorm. Every raindrop was a 9 underworld. In this rainstorm, there were billions of 9 underworlds attacking Long Chen. What they condensed was the power of death. To Long Chen, in this rainstorm, every raindrop, every 9 underworld was a living being. It was as if they had grown eyes. Billions of 9 underworlds were staring at Long Chen. The strength of this rule was that as long as it existed, it would not dissipate until it killed Long Chen. Because of this, it was called the Rainstorm Spirit. Die. The 9-yin demon ancestor's 4-world origins were unleashed to the extreme. Under her ferocious expression, she only wanted to take Long Chen's life. Facing this rainstorm spirit, Long Chen was calm. He stretched out his hand, and the power of time swept out. In an instant, it collided with the rainstorm and swept past. Forbidden World. In the past, it was a world origins rule. Now it was released by the origin of 2 centuries. Its power was naturally different. The Forbidden World's rule swept out. What the 9-yin demon ancestor did not expect was that all the raindrops from the silver spirit would stop in the air, unable to move. Even if the 9-yin demon ancestor used all his strength, there was still no movement. Long Chen held him tightly. You have improved a lot. The 9-yin demon ancestor could not help but become even more brutal. Even the rainstorm spirit was so easily controlled. In a moment of desperation, she did not retreat in shock. Instead, she advanced, condensing new rules and attacking. 8 Division Yin God. Hong hong hong. As her rule condensed, 8 waves of yin qi suddenly exploded. Black smoke rose, and within the smoke, 8 clones of the 9-yin demon ancestor were born. They had the same power as the 9-yin demon ancestor, but not all of them were the same. Moreover, they all looked different. Most of them were muscular and ugly men. Their eyes and mouths were huge, and they exuded power without being angry. Kill! The 8 Division Yin God and the 9-yin demon ancestor attacked Long Chen together. This was a suicidal attack. Facing the 9-yin demon ancestor and the 8 Division Yin God, Long Chen did not fear them at all. After the previous few battles, he already had a certain understanding of the 9-yin demon ancestor's combat strength. Blood-sucking tyrant dragon sword prison. The violent sword Dao soared into the sky. Under Long Chen's frenzied slash, the divine dragon formed by billions of sword qi attacked. 4 Division Yin gods were smashed into pieces by Long Chen's killing rule. They exploded. Time Demon Dragon. On his left hand, the time around his arm exploded. The Time Demon Dragon condensed within. It was fast and terrifying. Although it was released slower than the killing rule, it was the first to charge. The time chains contracted, trapping the 8 Division Yin God within. Under the violent suppression, the remaining 4 8 Division Yin God were smashed into pieces by Long Chen. The 8 Division Yin God that the 9-yin demon ancestor had painstakingly cultivated was destroyed by Long Chen in just 2 moves. At this moment, the 9-yin demon ancestor truly understood Long Chen's current strength. No matter how much she did not believe it, she had to admit that Long Chen had the strength to fight against her, the 6th era's ancestor god. From the start, Long Chen had been breaking her killing move, and he was unharmed. I must kill him. The 9 demon ancestor had such a thought. Even though the 8 division god was destroyed, she did not give up. In Long Chen's eyes, this woman was a lunatic. Just as the 8 division spirits were being destroyed by Long Chen, she, who was in the middle, did not retreat. Instead, she charged towards Long Chen. Her power was extraordinary, and the Jiu Ming in her hand vibrated like never before, becoming exceptionally sharp. In the surrounding space, countless qi condensed into many long snakes. Even the ones that exploded from the 8 division god were the same. Then, tens of thousands of long snakes gathered towards the 9 underworlds. In the end, they all entered the 9 underworlds. The entire primitive hell returned to its original state. It was even a little hot, and all the qi was in the 9 underworlds. Long Chen had a premonition that this rule was specially created to kill opponents. Once it attacked, as long as it succeeded, there would only be one outcome: death. She still wanted him to die. He could tell from her crazed eyes. 10,000 yen stabs the heart. Stabs the heart. In that instant, the 9 hells shot out. In that instant, it split from 1 to 2. The first target was slaughter, and the second target was naturally time. In the face of such a killer move, Long Chen actually put away the time saber. He held the slaughter saber with both hands, and without saying a word, when the 9 underworld saber got close, he instantly burst forth and started fighting violently. 9 death-slaying sword. In an instant, the slaughter seemed to have 9 segments. The blood-colored mystical dragon markings on it all lit up and came to life, coiling around the slaughter. This was a new transformation that Long Chen had gained in the massacre nomological laws over the past 5,000 years. It could bring out the full power of Long Chen's massacre universe, and it was a killing move that far surpassed the blood-devouring Tyrannosaurus dragon sword prison. To put it simply, there were a total of 9 swords. Every sword strike was a slaughter, and they were born to slaughter lives. The strength of each sword was equivalent to the blood-devouring Tyrannosaurus dragon sword prison. In fact, the further it went, the stronger it got. It was created to take lives. Simple, explosive. Long Chen held the sword with both hands, channeling all his strength into it. Each swing shook the heavens and earth. In front of him, there were 2 9 underworlds. Play. Chapter 3477. Ding Ding. Of the 2 9 underworlds, one was destroyed by Long Chen's 9 death slaughter sword, while the other was sent flying. However, it came back again in an instant, tearing through space at an incredible speed. The heart-piercing myriad shadows law still existed, killing without a trace. Break. The third sword landed on the 9 underworlds. Not only did the 9 underworlds not shatter, but it was also sent flying. It let out a shrill cry like a living thing. However, the 9 underworlds continued to charge forward after being destroyed. It was just that it was constantly trembling. Long Chen's fourth sword landed directly on it. In an instant, cracks appeared on the 9 underworlds, and the 9 evil ancestor let out a scream amidst the destruction. At this point, the 9 evil ancestor finally retracted the 9 underworlds. However, Long Chen rushed forward and slashed out 2 more times with the remaining 9 death slaughter sword. Under this terrifying sword move, the 9 evil ancestors' flesh crumbled and turned to dust. In the end, only the shattered 9 underworlds was left. The 9 evil ancestor had suffered a crushing defeat. Lingxi was in the primordial ancestor realm in the 7th era. She had 2 world origins, so she could basically dominate the 7th era's primordial ancestor realm and defeat the ancestral god sacrifice ancestor. Although Long Chen was in the 8th era's primordial ancestor realm and also had 2 world origins, Long Chen had surpassed her. At this moment, he was simply crushing the 9 evil ancestor. Although they had resisted for a while, the 9 evil ancestor was completely defeated. Although the 9 death slaughter sword was not completed, Long Chen still stopped. If he continued to attack, the 9 evil ancestor would definitely die. His 9 evil ancestor realm would also be destroyed, and countless gods and demons would die. This was not worth it. Long Chen only wanted to know their motives. However, to destroy the primordial ancestor god's body, Long Chen had grasped the 9 underworlds, which was the world's origin. His ancestral spirit was still in the world's origin, and there were 4 ancestral spirits that were not dead yet. 9 evil ancestor, you've lost completely. Long Chen's eyes were cold and sharp, shocking the 9 evil ancestor. In Long Chen's hands, the 9-shade devil matriarch seemed to be going crazy. First, she was laughing, and then she was crying. This is your last chance. But how can you improve so quickly? I'm a creator ancestral god, and I can't even advance an inch. What makes you think you can beat me so quickly? What makes you think you can beat me? What you said has nothing to do with me. Before, you said that as long as I defeated you, you would tell me the truth. Now you can tell me. Long Chen was slightly angry. The truth. The 9 demonic ancestor was silent for a while before he burst into maniacal laughter. You're really funny. What truth? I was just lying to you. I just wanted to find a chance to kill you. What? What can you do to me? Can you kill me? Sure enough, that was the case. Although he had already expected this, he was still furious. The 9 demonic ancestor was clearly toying with him. She continued, You're really strange. I just want to kill you. What other reason can there be? Look, it's only been half a year, and you can already beat me. Tell me, which ancestral god alliance isn't jealous of you? Who in the ancestral god alliance is willing to let you continue to grow and stand above their heads? This is the Genesis era, a new epoch. In truth, Long Chen really wanted Lingxi to teach her a lesson. However, with the 9 demonic ancestor's current state, she might not tell him the truth. She was a crazy person now. Besides, Long Chen didn't want to cause trouble for the primordial battle ancestor. She's always in this state. For the sake of fame and glory in the myriad of worlds, as well as for the acknowledgement of the ancestral gods of the various worlds, this god battle unfolded in a very interesting manner. Just a month ago, the first, second, and third were decided, and the strongest ancestral god of the 9th era seemed to have received a reward from the Ancestral God Alliance. That's interesting. Long Chen laughed. Of course, he just found it interesting. After all, the myriad realms' ancestor gods seemed to be too bored. Organizing such a grand battle involved face and glory. Everyone would go all out. This was just like the battle of gods and demons at Mount Buzhou, where there was the #1 god king and god emperor. Now, the 9th era's primordial ancestor god had been decided. Just this title alone was enough to make the prideful 9th epic ancestor gods, who wanted to show off in front of their descendants, go crazy. Of course, to Long Chen, this was just torment. It was meaningless unless he wanted to hone himself in this battle. Of course, the Ancestral God Alliance will also give rewards, but the most important thing is fame. There are close to 2,000 origin ancestor gods in the 8th epoch. I heard that more than 90% of them will want to participate. Of course, you are now at the 8th epoch origin ancestor god realm. If you participate, you will definitely be #1. However, you have defeated the 9-shade evil lord, so this kind of battle is not interesting to you at all. Besides, your goal is far from the 8th epoch origin ancestor god realm. Sword Ancestor Yuan understood him very well. He was basically right. I won't be going. However, it is also my dream to see the myriad realms harmonize and liven things up. The ancestor gods had just returned and needed to get used to each other. Long Chen naturally wanted the myriad realms to be better and more prosperous. The main reason why I'm telling you this today is that if the 8th era's ranking god battle is successful, the Ancestor God Alliance will definitely continue to hold the 7th, 6th, and even 5th era's ranking god battle. Perhaps even the 4th era's battle of the ancestor gods will appear. In fact, if that happens, it will be of great significance. Sword Ancestor Yuan had a serious expression. Long Chen instantly understood. Perhaps the 9th and 8th era primordial god battles were just a warm-up. In fact, to the pinnacle ancestor gods, the strongest 9th era primordial ancestor god and the strongest 8th era primordial ancestor god were not important. It didn't even matter who the strongest 7th era primordial ancestor god was. It was just a title. Even the strongest 7th era primordial ancestor god might not be a match for the weakest 6th era primordial ancestor god. However, the strongest 6th epic ancestor god might be qualified to participate in the Ancestor God Alliance, but that was nothing. It was still a competition for fame and glory. Sword Ancestor Yuan might want to participate in the 6th epic ancestor god battle. Even if he did not take first place, he could at least prove his position and see his position in the myriad realms. In fact, There were only 80 or so ancestor gods in the myriad realms in the fifth epoch. Among this group of people, if they competed for the top 8 or the top 3, it might even evolve into a power struggle for the myriad realms. After all, they were all existences of the Ancestor God Alliance. Whoever could become the strongest fifth epoch ancestor god would be very famous and terrifying. At least in terms of authority, they would crush the other fifth epoch ancestor gods. Even the fourth epoch ancestor gods would not dare to see it clearly. If the fourth epoch ancestor god battle was held one day, it would be even more significant. That would be when the myriad realms would determine who was the strongest and second strongest ancestor god of the myriad realms. As the number one ancestral god of the myriad worlds, his words would definitely carry more weight. The fourth epoch ancestral gods, who were originally on equal footing with each other, would likely reveal who was stronger and who was weaker in this open battle. Typically, fourth epoch ancestral gods would not fight each other, but once the outcome of a battle was decided, the fourth epoch ancestral gods of equal footing would appear internally. You have also thought about it. This might lead to some trouble. Whether it is a good thing or a bad thing can't be predicted. However, these are the ancestor gods of the Ancestor God Alliance after all. Now, we only have news of the 8th epoch ancestor god battle. There is no news of the 7th epoch, so it is too early to think too far ahead. Long Chen also understood. Chapter 3478. So what you're saying is that the 6th era's ancestor god ranking battle will be held. Sword ancestor Yi Yuan was looking forward to it. Although he wasn't considered strong among the 6th era's ancestor gods, he was eager to fight against a large number of opponents at the same level. After all, they had lost their memories. Sometimes, fighting could help them recover their memories of rules and battles. That should be certain. Long Chen said. Then I'll have to prepare. You're saying that the 5th or 4th era is a possibility. The 5th epoch is the Ancestor God Alliance. This fire has already spread to the Ancestor God Alliance, and with the previous few matches as the foundation, the majority of the people in the Ancestor God Alliance will definitely be restless. Once the fire reaches the 5th epoch Ancestor God Alliance, only the 4th epoch Ancestor God Alliance will be left. In the infinite worlds, who doesn't want to know who the strongest ancestor god is? Even the 4th epoch Ancestor God Alliance wants to know. You're right. You understand them better than I do. Sword ancestor Yi Yuan sighed. He paused and said, Why do I sense that the myriad of worlds are going to be in chaos? Long Chen thought for a moment. He looked at the chess game in front of him and said, The human heart is the hardest to grasp. After the Doomsday War, the Genesis era began and the Ancestor God Alliance took control of the myriad of worlds. The Ancestor God Alliance forbade internal strife. The situation seems to have calmed down, but there are too many rulers. When they rule others, there will definitely be internal strife and conflict. Especially after losing their memories, it's human nature to fight. The Ancestor God Alliance can't fight openly as that would break the rules of the Ancestor God Alliance and destroy its foundation. Therefore they came up with this method to fight openly. It's a trend if the situation can be controlled, but I'm afraid that hatred will be left behind. That will be the beginning of the chaos. Even the 4th era's Ancestor God Alliance was a group of selfish people. Therefore, Long Chen didn't think highly of the Ancestor God Alliance. It would be fine if the myriad of worlds could be peaceful, but if the myriad of worlds fell into internal strife and chaos, Long Chen's goal would be to restore the Ancestor Dragon's true power and let him control the myriad of worlds. Of course, he couldn't say such things as long as he knew it. That makes sense. You've won this game of chess. Sword ancestor Yi Yuan suddenly smiled. Although the two of them were talking, they were also fighting a battle of wits and courage. Unexpectedly, after such a long time, Long Chen finally won. Thank you for letting me win. Long Chen was also very surprised to win this game for the first time. Sword ancestor Yi Yuan stood up and said, You're right. All living things have an instinct to fight, and I'm the same. My mind is blank, and I've lost my past memories and experience, so I become frivolous. There's always a desire in my body to fight, to familiarize myself with myself, including my position and so on. Just like now, I heard that you defeated the 9 demon ancestor, so I wanted to spar with you. I want to see if there's still a gap between us. Isn't it just a competition? It's a bit unkind for the sword ancestor to say such a long story. Of course Long Chen was joking. So, are you willing to do me the honor?
I should be the one thanking you for doing me the honor.
Sword ancestor Yi Yuan had also helped him a lot in the past. Now that his friend just wanted to spar, there was no problem.
His opponent just happened to be from the 6th era, and he was stronger than the 9 demon ancestor, born in the middle of an era.
Although he wasn't the strongest among the 6th era's ancestral gods, born at the beginning of an era, it was still a rather difficult challenge for Long Chen. He had seen sword ancestor Yi Yuan's sword momentum, and it was very sharp and profound.
Let's go.
The two of them didn't say anything else. They rushed out of the eternal steel divine diagram and reached the distant sky above the dragon sacrificial continent. Long Chen watched the dragon sacrificial continent become very small, and after confirming that the battle here wouldn't affect the dragon sacrificial continent in the slightest, he stopped. Sword ancestor Yi Yuan's Yi Yuan was already in his hand. His long robe fluttered even though there was no wind. His eyes were deep and his lips curled into a faint smile. To be honest, I was shocked when I heard the primordial war ancestor say that you defeated the demon ancestor 9. I originally thought that you would need 1,000 years to reach this step, but your speed is much faster than I imagined. Later, I heard that you seem to have a place that can change time. That place is indeed very useful to you, but even now, I still don't believe that the Long Chen who needed my protection half a year ago can already compete with me now. After all, at this speed, you will sooner or later leave me behind by tens of thousands of miles. If I don't spar with you now, I'm afraid I won't have this opportunity in the future. On one hand, he was being modest. On the other hand, he still didn't believe it and wanted to witness it with his own eyes. Therefore, although it was a spar, sword ancestor Yi Yuan would also display all his strength. Both of their weapons were swords, and this could also be considered a battle of sword principles.
Let's begin.
Sword ancestor Yi Yuan didn't say much. After smiling, the power of the origin of the four worlds had already swept out and surrounded his body. The surrounding endless starry sky seemed to be enveloped by his sword force. In an instant, in Long Chen's world, there were endless sword shadows everywhere. This was a sea of sword light, and sword ancestor Yi Yuan was the source of this sea. And Long Chen's massacre dyed the countless sword shadows around him the color of blood. Although it was a spar, a battle that would stop when it reached a certain point, but when it erupted, it was in fact no weaker than a real battle. Especially now, before the battle had even begun, the other party's sword Dao actually gave Long Chen a pressure that far exceeded that of the 9 demon ancestor. Now, Long Chen's greatest estimate of his own strength was actually at the level of sword ancestor Yi Yuan. His goal was to be able to compete with sword ancestor Yi Yuan. After all, the 9 demon ancestor and sword ancestor Yi Yuan were not on the same level. Whoosh! Sword ancestor Yi Yuan moved, and thousands of sword shadows moved simultaneously. Yi Yuan Yin Yang sword. Sword ancestor Yi Yuan rotated his sword momentum, and in an instant, the entire sea of sword shadows was rotating. Long Chen and sword ancestor Yi Yuan seemed to be in a whirlpool. In an instant, sword ancestor Yi Yuan stabbed out with his sword. That sword was aimed at Long Chen, and it condensed into two sword shadows. The sword shadows instantly split into two, one black and one white, and headed straight for Long Chen. This sword momentum was vast, magnificent, and full of righteousness. With the power of heaven and earth, it could overturn and crush. The difference between Long Chen's sword Dao and this was huge. Blood-devouring Tyrannosaurus dragon sword prison. Naturally, facing the other party's vast move, Long Chen directly activated the blood-devouring Tyrannosaurus dragon sword prison. With a simple and direct move, he used a sharp thorn to break the other party's sword Dao. After witnessing sword ancestor Yi Yuan's strength, Long Chen actually had an estimate in his heart. The rules of the blood wheel sword could no longer block sword ancestor Yi Yuan's sword Dao. Millions of sword chi formed a blood-divine dragon. In the tunnel of the sea of sword shadows, it instantly clashed with the other party's Yi Yuan Yin Yang sword. In an instant, blood and black and white colors mixed together. Wang. The three-colored sword Dao intertwined and formed a whirlpool. The entire sea of sword shadows was completely distorted because of this. If one were to watch from afar, they would naturally be able to see this grand scene. In his rules, his sword Dao is pure and imposing. As for me, my sword is unconventional and only seeks to kill. The only problem is that the other party has four world origins. Their power is too majestic. Long Chen was using the power of 2 world origins of massacre to fight against 4 world origins. He knew the difficulty of this. If he wanted to break the other party's sword Dao, in fact, he had to work on the rules. Now, in this collision whirlpool, the other party was full of momentum. The sword momentum condensed into a destructive whirlpool that was crushing towards Long Chen. In other words, under the absolute suppression of the other party's power, the blood-devouring Tyrannosaurus dragon sword prison was no match for the Yi Yuan Yin Yang sword. Having the upper hand, sword ancestor Yi Yuan was not arrogant. Instead, he followed up with another attack. Yin and Yang 4-elephant sword. Previously, it was the Yi Yuan Yin Yang sword. Now, it was the Yin and Yang 4-elephant sword. After the sword Dao entered the destructive whirlpool, the black and white sword Dao changed again, instantly splitting into 4 colors. Among them, the black and white were still retained, but they were separated into green and red. Of course, the red was different from Long Chen's blood red. Although they were separated, the power of each sword Dao surpassed the previous black and white sword Dao. Now, sword ancestor Yi Yuan's 4 sword Daos were attacking Long Chen's 1. This was just like the next phase. After 2 rules, sword ancestor Yi Yuan was about to win. He gave chase and the divine dragon formed by the blood-devouring Tyrannosaurus dragon sword prison was quickly defeated by the Yin and Yang 4-elephant sword. Long Chen, I have the upper hand. Sword ancestor Yi Yuan's voice was calm. In fact, he was urging Long Chen to bring out an even better move. In fact, before he went into seclusion, the blood-devouring Tyrannosaurus dragon sword prison was already Long Chen's best move. However, this was not the time. 9 Death's killer swordsmanship. Holding the carnage sword with both hands, he went into a berserk state. In his berserk state, Long Chen killed 9 swords consecutively. This time around, he brought out the full extent of the 9 Death's killer swordsmanship. In an instant, a total of 9 blood-red divine dragons rushed into the deathly sword Qi whirlpool. Each of them was comparable to the blood-devouring Tyrannosaurus dragon sword prison. The 10 divine dragons entered and naturally retaliated against the 4 sword Qi of sword ancestor Yi Yuan. Although sword ancestor Yi Yuan had the advantage in strength, and each sword Qi was thicker than Long Chen's 9 Death's killer swordsmanship, he was still forced to retreat under the siege. After all, Long Chen's sword Dao was born for killing. However, sword ancestor Yi Yuan laughed heartily. This kind of killing made him feel really good. At this moment, he rushed forward again, holding his sword with both hands. Although his sword Dao was still just and honorable, it was much more domineering this time around. 4 elephants 8 trigram sword. 4 consecutive swords quickly gathered in the death vortex. The 4 sword Daos from before split into 8, and the death vortex grew even bigger. With the birth of this sword, sword ancestor Yi Yuan started his counterattack with the rich power of the world. 8 trigrams returned to 1. Chapter 3479. 8 beams of sword Qi appeared within the death sword Qi vortex, fighting against the 9 death's killer swords. Then the 8 beams of sword Qi fused into 1, becoming even more terrifying. A gray sea of sword Qi appeared within the death vortex, devouring Long Chen's 9 death's killer swords. Looks like you're going to lose. Sword ancestor Yi Yuan put down his long sword, hands clasped behind his back as he observed the changes within the death sword Qi vortex. All of his sword Qi had been condensed into 1. This was an unprecedented level of terror. Once it devoured Long Chen's 9 death's killer swords, it would immediately attack Long Chen and devour Long Chen. It's still early. Facing his opponent's overwhelming victory, Long Chen was very calm. Just as sword ancestor Yi Yuan thought that he was at his wit's end, Long Chen suddenly stopped killing. His bloody appearance and blood-red dragon scales suddenly changed, turning into nothingness. The scales on his body were now a deep blue. His aura suddenly changed, from bloodthirsty and brutal, to mysterious, free, and even non-existent. At this time, the time bracelet shrank, turning into a bracelet that spiraled around Long Chen's palm. Finally, the time bracelet began to wrap around his index finger, a total of 18 times, completely wrapping around his index finger. The rings of time sank deep into the flesh of Long Chen's finger, as if they were imprisoning Long Chen's finger. But in reality, that was not the case. When time revolved around his index finger, Long Chen's finger had already become different from the rest. It was like a towering mountain with countless lightning snakes swimming around it, shuttling back and forth between Long Chen's finger and time.
The terrifying power of time had already condensed on this finger.
When Long Chen opened his eyes, there was an explosion of light. All the power of time was condensed on his finger, and just as the sword ancestor Yi Yuan was about to devour the 9 Death's killer swords, Long Chen stabbed out with his finger. Eternal Time Finger. A bright beam of light, wrapped in white lightning, pierced the deathly sword chi vortex at a terrifying speed. The speed of this beam of light was indescribable, as this beam of light itself possessed the laws of time acceleration. This was the brand new rule of time that Long Chen had spent 5,000 years pondering over and giving birth to.
In fact, this rule of time was a condensation of the time distortion power of the time dragonet, as well as the addition of time acceleration.
Compared to the time dragonet, the capacity of the time particles of the eternal time calamity finger was originally 10 times larger, but when it was condensed in the finger, the space was reduced by 10 times. Long Chen had thought that Demon Ancestor 9 Yin would be the first person to receive this attack. He hadn't expected that Demon Ancestor 9 Yin wouldn't even be able to withstand the 9 Death Slaughter Sword. So now he was using it against Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan. Rumble. In an instant, the entire sword chi vortex exploded. Countless sword chi lost control and flew everywhere. Long Chen and Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan were both sent flying. The entire sword chi vortex was destroyed by Long Chen's eternal time calamity finger. Sword Ancestor First Origin, who had held the upper hand, lost his advantage for a moment. At that moment, the sword chi was in a state of chaos. Neither of them continued to fight.
Instead, they stopped and waited for the surrounding sword chi to disappear.
Only when the surroundings returned to a state of calm did they regroup. It's over. Not bad. Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan's face was filled with shock and astonishment, and even excitement. This was the most enjoyable battle he had since the Doomsday War. After all, it was a spar. Both of them had used almost all of their skills. At this point, there was no need to continue fighting. Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan was indeed strong, but Long Chen was definitely not weaker than him. I didn't expect you to be on par with me. I thought you defeated Demon Ancestor 9 Yin with luck. Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan said. That's naturally impossible. Both of them returned to the dragon's sacrificial continent. Because of their battle, many people were affected, especially the explosion of the sword chi vortex, which caused the sky to shine brightly. In the end, even the eternal steel god diagram appeared, blocking the aftermath of the battle. Today was very enjoyable. I won't disturb you anymore. I'll be leaving first. Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan was in a good mood. After exchanging a few more words with Long Chen, he left. After this battle, Long Chen had a certain level of understanding of his own strength. This was also a good thing. However, he was still not satisfied. He wanted to become stronger, so he prepared to go out and search for the ancestral dragon's legacy with the dragon servants. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang came up and said, Big brother, I've thought about it. I want to participate in the 8th era's ranking god battle. Previously, when Long Chen and Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan were talking, he was nearby, so he heard it. Mo Xiaolang said, Now, it seems like there are no other flames that I can devour to improve. It might be difficult for me to improve in the future, so I want to comprehend more laws and train myself through battles. Therefore, participating in this battle is quite beneficial for me. After all, I'm different from you, Kitten, and Lingxi. Actually, he was anxious. Everyone was improving, but he seemed to have no space. All his improvements were useless through his own cultivation. He basically had to rely on devouring. Actually, Long Chen had considered this for him.
However, in the myriad worlds, apart from the Fire Law's ancestral gods, there was really nothing else that could be devoured.
Once he devoured those ancestral gods, they also had world sources. It seemed like the sky-swallowing race couldn't digest world sources, so it was useless to Mo Xiaolang. Therefore, it was true that Mo Xiaolang had encountered a bottleneck when everyone was advancing by leaps and bounds. Therefore, when he heard about the 8th era's ancestral god battle, he wanted to hone himself on rules and battles. Long Chen seemed to have encountered such a situation before. He understood Mo Xiaolang's anxiety. Because he understood, even if it was risky, he wouldn't stop him. All right, but you must be careful. If there are any problems, tell me immediately. Mo Xiaolang revealed a bright smile and said, naturally, no problem. Don't worry. All along, he had been the strongest in the team apart from Long Chen. Now, Lingxi and the others had gradually surpassed him. Therefore it was normal for him to be anxious. If it was Long Chen, he would probably be even more anxious. Next, Mo Xiaolang paid attention to the ranking god battle. On a certain day, he set off. After all, there was nothing to worry about. Therefore, he set off alone. Soyan didn't follow him. Long Chen followed the dragon attendants, walking around and searching carefully. With the experience of the pool of time, they basically only looked at places with strange laws. This way, the myriad world seemed huge. Even a random piece of broken star that floated before them might contain clues. Time passed day by day. After 3 months, Long Chen had only searched a small area. On the 4th level of the Tower of Time, everyone was still at the same level. After all, it wasn't easy to advance further. Among them, Long Yan and Long Lin were working hard to become the destruction ancestral god. As for Long Chen's 3rd child, he was gradually growing over such a long period of time. Although there was still a long way to go before he was born, it was something worth looking forward to. Mo Xiaolang, on the other hand, rose to fame in the myriad worlds during this period of time. This was because, after 3 months, he had already rushed to the top 8 of the ranking god battle. Moreover, based on the previous battles, he was already one of the candidates for the champion of this ranking god battle. Among the 8th era's ancestral gods, the 8 strongest had already been born. Each of them possessed great glory. Next, there would be a series of battles. The top 8 would advance to the top 4, and then the top 3 would be decided. In the previous battles, Mo Xiaolang had been fighting alone. When it came to the top 3 battles, of course, Long Chen had to stop what he was doing and go to the battlefield to support Mo Xiaolang. After all, his opponents weren't as weak as he had imagined. No matter what, they were the 8 strongest existences among the 8th era's ancestral gods. The location of the ultimate battle of the 8th era was chosen to be somewhere in the southern starfield. It was surrounded by barren land. There were no worlds at all. However, as this was a crucial battle, many ancestral gods had come to watch the battle. Among them were many ancestral gods from the 6th era and even the 5th era. Although this was the final battle between the 8th epoch's elder gods, there were quite a few 7th epoch's elder gods who had come as well. These people were all here to hear news about the 7th epoch's ranking god tournament. The Ancestor God Alliance had not announced it yet, but most likely, it would be announced once the tournament was over. In fact, the ranking battle of the 8th era's ancestral gods was even more intense than that of the 9th era's ancestral gods. After all, the participants were stronger, and the spectators wouldn't look down on them as much. Moreover, the ancestral gods were increasingly looking forward to the future ranking battles. Many ancestral gods from the 7th and 6th era couldn't wait to participate in these hot-blooded battles. However, the person in charge of this battle was someone that Long Chen didn't like very much. He was the only ancestral god from the 4th era present, the ancestral god of the all things belong to the divine realm, divine ancestor Kitagarbha. He was a young bald man dressed in a white robe and had a refreshing smile on his face. He sat in the most distinguished position, surrounded by several ancestral gods from the 5th era who maintained order. Among them was the ancestral god of the 5th era, ancestral god Qi Yu, who had a relationship with Long Chen. Of course, they weren't needed to maintain order. They were here on behalf of the Ancestral Gods Alliance. With them in control of the overall situation, there wouldn't be any chaos in this ultimate battle. The ones who really maintained order were the ancestral gods from the 6th era who ran errands. Among them, Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan was also sent by the Ancestral Gods Alliance to maintain order. Chapter 3480. As far as the eye could see, there were more than 7,000 people gathered here. Of course, most of them were the ancestral gods of the 8th and 9th eras. Most of the ancestral gods of the 8th era had been eliminated. To reach this stage, Mo Xiaolang had actually experienced more than 100 battles, and he had basically won all of them in a row. After all, the mechanism of the competition was not an elimination battle, but a battle of points. To enter the top 8, one had to be the one who had won the most battles. And among the top 8, there were only 2 people who had won more than 100 battles, including Mo Xiaolang. Some of them had lost to Mo Xiaolang, and some of them had even been defeated by Mo Xiaolang. If it's just these few people, you should have no problem. Long Chen stood next to Mo Xiaolang and carefully looked at his opponent. He was more confident in Mo Xiaolang. Yes, just like me, the other guy who won all of his battles is the fire ancestor of the four poles. He is very powerful, but because he uses the law of fire, he is restrained by me. In this way, Mo Xiaolang was sure to win the championship. Soon, the battle began. It was a battle to eliminate the top four. Mo Xiaolang was the first to enter the arena. Go take first place. In fact, these hundreds of battles had indeed given him a lot of training. Now that he had made some progress, he might be able to compete with the ancestral god of the 7th era. The gap between him and Kitten was also narrowing. No problem. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Mo Xiaolang and his opponent entered the arena. Then, amidst the cheers, they began to fight. His opponent was a demon, and both of them transformed into their true forms. This battle did not last long. Mo Xiaolang quickly defeated his opponent and became the first person to enter the top four. There was no suspense. A large number of ancestral gods cheered for his handsome skills. It seemed that Mo Xiaolang was actually very popular. At this time, Long Chen also cheered for him and joined the excited crowd. That's him. But Long Chen did not know that in the most honorable position, one of them, demon ancestor Qi Yu, was beside sacred ancestor Kitagarbha, pointing at Mo Xiaolang. Got it. Divine ancestor Kitagarbha opened his eyes and said, I'll deal with it when the battle is over. He glanced at the crowd and saw Long Chen. He's a troublemaker. I'll leave him to you, said sacred ancestor Kitagarbha. No problem at all. Demon ancestor Chio's eyes shone with a cold, black light. He would never forget that Long Chen had taken away time from him. The battles continued. The next 3 battles were all extremely bitter, and it was practically difficult to determine the victor. Aside from the 4 extremities flame ancestor that Mo Xiaolang had said had an easier time, the others were all in a stalemate. Even though there were some who won, they suffered heavy injuries. The top 4 had been decided, but 2 of them were already very tired. After resting and recovering for a few days, the battle between the top 4 immediately began. Mo Xiaolang dealt with one of them. After all, his opponent had not fully recovered yet, so he finished the battle even faster. On the other side, as expected, the flame ancestor of the 4 extremes, who still had a certain amount of combat power, also won. After the other 2 competed for the 3rd place, the strongest would be decided between the 2 of them. I didn't expect these 2 competitors to both cultivate the law of fire. The law of fire is really that powerful. What do you guys think? Whose flame is more powerful? While the top 4 were fighting, in fact, everyone's attention and discussion were all on Mo Xiaolang and the flame ancestor of the 4 extremes. For everyone, the battle between the top 3 and 4 was no longer interesting. After the battle, the people of the Ancestral Gods Alliance asked if Mo Xiaolang and the flame ancestor of the 4 extremes needed to rest. In the end, both of them said that they didn't need to. After this announcement, under the gaze of more than 7,000 ancestral gods, the battle officially broke out. It was the battle between the strongest ancestral gods of the 8th era. Mo Xiaolang's opponent, the flame ancestor of the 4 extremes, was a burly man bathed in flames. But unlike sacred ancestor Hidorigami, he was very cold. The most obvious thing was that his face was divided into 4 parts, each with 4 different colors. In each color there was an eye, and in each eye, there was a majestic flame burning. There were a total of 4 kinds of flames. He had surging power and 4 kinds of terrifying flames. His world source was 4 weapons, namely saber, spear, sword, and halberd. In fact, it was just a world source that could be divided into 4, and his strength lay in the fact that he could control saber, spear, sword, and halberd at the same time. Mo Xiaolang, on the other hand, had nothing. After all, he didn't have a world source. Therefore, in terms of world source, he had no advantage. This was the reason why half of the people didn't think that Mo Xiaolang could win. But Long Chen knew that Mo Xiaolang would definitely win. He hadn't encountered the flame ancestor of the 4 extremes before, but in fact, if he had, Mo Xiaolang could have easily defeated him and broken his undefeated streak. Break! The flame ancestor of the 4 extremes gave birth to 4 kinds of flames. Although they weren't divine flames, they were flames that had been born with him from the 8th era. They were between divine flames and ancestral flames, but they were mature. And Mo Xiaolong's ancestral flame hadn't fully matured. It was precisely because of this that there was a certain gap. But when Mo Xiaolang displayed the devouring law, this gap was no longer a gap. Boom! The flames of both sides were evenly matched. The raging flames were spreading into the surroundings. Among them, the flame ancestor of the four extremes was extremely violent. His four kinds of flames, saber, spear, sword, and halberd actually had the momentum to suppress Mo Xiaolang. However, at a certain moment, this kind of suppression completely disappeared. This was because his four kinds of flames were uncontrollably flying toward Mo Xiaolang at an extremely rapid speed. All of them were devoured by his divine body, vanishing without a trace. To them, the flames they nurtured and grew together were their foundation. Once they were lost, their strength would plummet greatly. As expected, he can devour flames. Yes, how powerful. The flame ancestor of the four extremes probably just happened to be restrained. When the flames went out of control, the flame ancestor of the four extremes naturally turned pale with fright. However, Mo Xiaolang was really too powerful. He couldn't do anything and allowed the flames he was releasing to go out of control. Boom! Then, the flames turned into a counterattack, attacking right at him. The attack even contained the power of Mo Xiaolong's ancestral flame. Rumble! 8 kinds of ancestral flames fused into his opponent's 4 kinds of flames. No matter how his opponent tried to block them, they still collided with his body. In an instant, the flame ancestor of the 4 extremes suffered a crushing defeat. This battle went as Long Chen had expected. Mo Xiaolang obtained victory very easily. In fact, his victory was even faster than when he fought against the other ancestral gods of the 8th era. No matter what methods Mo Xiaolang used, when the strongest ancestral god of the 8th era was born, most of the ancestral gods present still cheered. This was especially true for the ancestral gods of the 9th era, who were extremely fervent. Mo Xiaolang. Mo Xiaolang. Of course, everyone knew Mo Xiaolong's identity. It was said that he was a destructive ancestral god by Long Chen's side. Naturally, during the Battle of Doomsday, he had also made great contributions. The gigantic beast, Doomsday, was dealt with by Mo Xiaolang. Surrounded by the crowd, Mo Xiaolang was relatively indifferent. He found Long Chen among the crowd. The end of this journey has indeed helped me a lot, Mo Xiaolang told himself. However, the Ancestral Gods Alliance had previously announced that the strongest ancestral god of each era would receive a mysterious reward. Now, he was also curious about what this mysterious reward would be. After all, when the ancestral gods returned, they didn't bring anything with them. If there were any items, they were basically obtained from the dragon sacrificial continent today. Everyone be quiet. All of a sudden, sacred ancestor Kitagarbha's voice made everyone quiet down. His voice had the ability to make people quiet out of fear. It was quiet. But everyone was still excited. They were all wondering what kind of reward sacred ancestor Kitagarbha would give to Mo Xiaolang. After that, he would probably announce the start time of the ranking battle of the 7th era's ancestral gods. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on sacred ancestor Kitagarbha. Sacred ancestor Kitagarbha was dressed in a snow-white kasaya, and his forehead was shiny. At this moment, he slightly waved his hand, and suddenly, a snow-white light flew toward Mo Xiaolang. When the light approached Mo Xiaolang, it suddenly changed and evolved into a birdcage. Yes, it was something similar to a birdcage. In fact, it was a giant cage. The cage was made up of pillars of light, and on each pillar of light, there were shining golden characters entwined. Even Long Chen was a little puzzled at first. Chapter 3481. Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha imprisoned Mo Xiaolang in this way in front of everyone after the ranking battle between the ancestor gods of the 8th era. Not to mention Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, the others had never thought of it. Under the threat of the sky-devouring clan, Long Chen and all the ancestor gods were plunged into the shadow of death and despair at that moment. It was Mo Xiaolang who defeated the Doomsday at that time and released the origin dragon soul of the ancient blood spirit dragon. That was how the myriad worlds and the ancestor gods were saved. In terms of contribution to the myriad worlds, Mo Xiaolang was definitely not inferior to Long Chen. However, Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha was imprisoning him. Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha, who always had a smile on his face, did not even have that smile now. Because of his imprisonment, the 7,000 ancestor gods were in an uproar. Everyone was very puzzled. What's going on? It's not a reward. Is this the reward? It can't be. I heard that Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha is against Long Chen. Could it be that he, in the face of all these questions, it was clear that Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha had to give an explanation. At this time, Long Chen flew toward Mo Xiaolang without any regard for the consequences. He had some speculations about what had happened. This was something he had overlooked, but he had never thought of the difference between him and the ancestor gods. At this moment, Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha said, "Everyone, quiet down. Let me explain." Only then did the ancestor gods stop making noise. They craned their necks and waited for Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha's explanation. I think everyone can see that Mo Xiaolang actually doesn't have the origin of the world. He doesn't belong to the 8th era's ancestor god. First of all, he doesn't have the origin of the world, so everyone will think that he is the ancestor god of destruction. But in fact, he is not. He doesn't have the origin of the world, but he has such power. So from the beginning, we have suspected him. During the Doomsday Battle, we saw him devouring a large amount of flames. Since the 8th era's ancestor god ranking battle, we have found that he can devour flames and turn them into his own power. He has endless room for growth. All this shows that he is different from us ancestor gods. So the answer is quite obvious. He, Mo Xiaolang, is the sky-devouring clan. When he said the last 3 words, there was a huge uproar among the ancestor gods. Long Chen didn't expect that when they heard the words sky-devouring clan, they would have such a huge reaction. There were expressions of horror, disgust, and even anger. There was even a strong killing intent in the eyes of almost every ancestor god. He didn't have the origin of the world, but he could strengthen himself by devouring. All these characteristics were almost no different from the sky-devouring clan. Obviously, they didn't suspect it before, but after hearing Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha's explanation, the situation became very clear. Mo Xiaolang was definitely a member of the sky-devouring clan. I didn't expect him to be a member of the sky-devouring clan. The sky-devouring clan is the mortal enemy of all worlds. As long as they exist, they will be an endless source of trouble. We must eradicate them. How can we allow them to mingle among us and let them develop and grow stronger? That's right. For a moment, as Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha explained, there was a heated discussion among the ancestor gods. Everyone stared coldly at Mo Xiaolang. If he wasn't still in the birdcage, some of the ancestor gods would have attacked him. In fact, the ancestor gods had lost their memories, so it wasn't easy for them to guess that Mo Xiaolang was a member of the sky-devouring clan. However, Long Chen and the others didn't pay much attention to this. He had always thought that he was the same as the ancestor gods. He had never doubted Mo Xiaolang and trusted him absolutely. However, the ancestor gods didn't seem to be the same. They showed another extreme. They completely ignored Mo Xiaolang's contributions to them and the worlds. They only remembered his identity that terrified them. The sky-devouring clan. Therefore, the curses and discussions around him made Long Chen shiver. Long Chen certainly knew that this would be a big deal, a big trouble. Therefore, he couldn't care less about troubling others at this time. Primordial War Ancestor, Pangu Ancestor God, Hun Kuan Ancestor God, and so on, he called all the ancestor gods who came to help. We let him fight the last battle so that we can confirm it in front of everyone. Now, there should be no more doubts about his identity as a member of the sky-devouring clan, right? Asked Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha. No. A small number of ancestor gods didn't speak, but most of them shouted in unison, causing a thunderous rumble. Their thoughts made Long Chen very angry. He originally thought that most of the ancestor gods were good, but this time, a strong hostility and anger arose in his heart. Long Chen felt betrayed. The betrayal of the ancestor gods. The killing intent in their eyes was too irritating for Long Chen. Get lost. Among the crowd, he was the only one who dashed towards Mo Xiaolang. He was not far away from Mo Xiaolang. At this moment, he arrived in front of Mo Xiaolang. Mo Xiaolang, who was in the birdcage, was also looking at him. Both of them exchanged a glance with a hint of helplessness in their eyes. Sometimes, they really overestimated the friendliness of the ancestor god. As a result, the difference was too great. His heart was filled with sorrow, but also anger. Long Chen had never felt such intense hostility towards the ancestor gods before. Their faces were filled with disgust and fear, as if they hadn't cheered for Mo Xiaolang just now. Stop. Those below the 7th era's ancestor god level could not stop Long Chen. The ancestor gods naturally knew the relationship between Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, but no one dared to stop him. It was only when Long Chen got close to Mo Xiaolang that a 6th era's ancestor god appeared in front of him. It was a voluptuous woman dressed in colorful clothes. Her eyes were big and round and flashed with spiritual light. She had an exotic charm. Her every move and smile would cause people to be moved. However, at that moment, her face was filled with coldness. She stopped Long Chen and said, "You can't go near the sky-swallowing clan. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking action." This was the Mount Wu sacred ancestor. Her world was called the Mount Wu celestial world. Long Chen had naturally been to this world before. When he had just escaped from Mount Buzhou, he had also heard of the Mount Wu celestial world and the Mount Wu goddess. However, the so-called Mount Wu goddess was actually a primordial realm divine venerable. This Mount Wu sacred ancestor was the true creator of the Mount Wu celestial world. He was born in the middle of the 6th era. His actual strength was similar to the 3 clear divine ancestors. Long Chen, don't cause trouble. You're protecting the sky-swallowing clan. That's already a problem. Don't make any more mistakes. Seeing how agitated he was, some of the ancestor gods mocked him, while others tried to persuade him. However, they all hated Mo Xiaolang, so Long Chen was not grateful to them at all. Scram. Long Chen replied to the Mount Wu sacred ancestor with a single word. Hearing this, the Mount Wu sacred ancestor was instantly enraged. She held a colorful ribbon in her hand. That was the origin of her world. She wanted to stop Long Chen. Long Chen had fought with Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan before. This Mount Wu sacred ancestor was not much weaker than Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan. However, at this moment, she was facing an enraged Long Chen. 9 death-slaying sword. At the moment of impact, 9 consecutive strikes were unleashed. The Mount Wu sacred ancestor, who was right next to him, was instantly hit by such a crazy storm of attacks. Even if she managed to block it in time, she was still hit by Long Chen's fiercest attack. Whoosh whoosh. The 9 streaks of sword chi were like 9 divine dragons of death. They whizzed past. At least 2 of the Mount Wu sacred ancestor's arms were broken. Her entire body was sent flying by Long Chen. She was defeated in one blow, and Long Chen passed her in an instant. In reality, they still thought that Long Chen was still at the 7th era's ancestor realm. Therefore, when the 6th era's ancestor god Wu sacred ancestor intercepted him, no one dared to imagine that Long Chen would be able to break through her defenses so easily, and even injure the Mount Wu sacred ancestor. If she had not dodged in time, she would have been seriously injured. Unbelievable. He actually forced the Mount Wu sacred ancestor to retreat. In an instant, the ancestor gods were once again shocked. Of course, the Mount Wu sacred ancestor had not expected Long Chen to be so powerful. She had been suppressed for a while and forced to retreat in one blow. Otherwise, they could have been evenly matched. When Long Chen broke through the Mount Wu sacred ancestor's defenses, he was already in front of Mo Xiaolang. Just as he was about to create a huge shock, he could not hold on any longer. This was because at this moment, a dark, burly minotaur appeared in front of him like a wall, blocking Long Chen's way. Demon Ancestor Qi Yu. Long Chen growled in a low voice. This guy was already in front of him, at the peak of the 5th era. His cold eyes made Long Chen understand that impulsiveness was useless. After all, he could not guarantee Mo Xiaolang's safety in terms of strength. The only possibility was to rely on the primordial war ancestors and the others. As for now, he had to delay. Big brother, calm down. Mo Xiaolang was in the cage. Perhaps he had imagined this scene subconsciously. At this moment, he had to be calmer than Long Chen. With his reminder, Long Chen knew what he had to do to ensure his safety. Okay. When Long Chen was blocked, there seemed to be a moment of silence. The ancestor gods were still immersed in the terrifying strength that Long Chen had just displayed. At this moment, they continued to pay attention to the Kitagarbha sacred ancestor. After all, he was the strongest existence here. Chapter 3482. Hearing Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha's question, everyone fell silent for a while, because they weren't sure if they had the right to make the decision. After all, such an important matter should be decided by the Ancestral Gods Alliance. Obviously, among the decision-makers of the Ancestral Gods Alliance, Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha was the only one here. Of course, for them, Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha should be able to represent the Ancestral Gods Alliance. Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha is asking for our opinion. We just need to express our opinion. The Sky-devouring clan is so terrifying that they are our mortal enemies. We must kill them as soon as possible, so I think they must be killed today. That's right, they must be killed today. I agree. If we don't kill him, won't we be courting death? Given his limitless potential, as long as he continues to grow, he will be the second destruction of the myriad worlds. For a moment, all the ancestral gods were talking at once. Their voices were noisy, but except for the ancestral gods who didn't speak, most of them agreed to kill Mo Xiaolang to prevent future troubles. Hearing these voices, sadness was no longer enough to describe how Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang felt at this time. They were more angry after being betrayed. In fact, whether Mo Xiaolang participated in the ranking battle or not, when the ancestral gods found out that he was from the Sky-devouring clan, today's situation would happen sooner or later. Unless Mo Xiaolang stayed in the dragon sacrificial continent forever, never leaving it, or even not showing up at all and hiding all day long. But what was the difference between that and death? Kill him. Kill him immediately. In the end, the ancestral gods formed a unified slogan and kept shouting, forming a burning tide. Long Chen was constantly locked on by demon ancestor Qi Yu, so it was impossible for him to get Mo Xiaolang out by himself. And judging from the situation today, even if he managed to get out, it would be useless. The myriad worlds were only so big, so where could Mo Xiaolang escape to? Since everyone agrees, then. Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha smiled. In fact, what he needed was the support of all the ancestral gods. In that case, no one would say that this was his own opinion. He would act first and report later. Next to him, Demon Ancestor Qiyu looked coldly at Long Chen. His eyes were extremely cold. There must be a deep killing intent hidden in the depths of his eyes. Perhaps, as long as Long Chen moved, he wouldn't allow it. Given Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha's means, it would be too easy for him to kill Mo Xiaolang as long as he had the chance. Just like at this moment, he just needed everyone's consent. As a result, he could no longer hold back. To be honest, he did this because he hated the Sky-devouring clan. Of course, he also wanted to suppress Long Chen. Long Chen was getting stronger and stronger. To the ancestor god who hated him, it was a huge pressure. Long Chen had defeated sacred ancestor Wu Shan with one move, which had already shocked sacred ancestor Kitagarbha. Then I'll kill you. Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha smiled. All his killing intent was hidden in his smile. Perhaps in the next moment, Mo Xiaolang, who had persisted for countless years to reach his current level, would be reduced to ashes. Long Chen remembered this smile deeply. He probably wouldn't forget it for a very long time. Among the ancestral gods of the Fourth Era, Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha became the existence that Long Chen hated the most. On the other side, the light bird cage next to Mo Xiaolang was shrinking. The golden characters on it were also changing from characters to killing moves. All the ancestral gods held their breath, waiting for the instant destruction of the Sky-devouring clan. This would make them extremely excited and give them the pleasure of revenge. Long Chen stood in front of Demon Ancestor Qi Yu. His eyes looked past the collision between Demon Ancestor Qi Yu and Mo Xiaolang. From Long Chen's determined eyes, Mo Xiaolang could feel his power. Today, I'd rather go against the ancestral gods of all worlds to keep you safe. They had been brothers for many years. Now, they were as close as brothers, and blood was thicker than water. Long Chen made a promise at this moment. From the beginning of the Doomsday War until now, this was the first time he was angered. The ancestral gods had suppressed him too much. Big brother. Mo Xiaolang choked with sobs, but in the end, he smiled. What more could he ask for if he could have such a brother who would live and die together with him? When everyone was waiting for Mo Xiaolang to die instantly, Long Chen opened a Death Realm Dragon Gate above Mo Xiaolang's head. Immediately, more than 10 ancestral gods appeared, and the one at the front was Primordial War Ancestor. This time, Long Chen was seriously begging them. He believed that they would consider it carefully. Under such circumstances, they still resolutely chose to help Long Chen, which proved that they were prepared to bear the risk. Since they were here, they would do their best to help Long Chen. Among the crowd were Primordial War Ancestor, Pangu Ancestor, Hun Kuan Ancestor, Spirit Source Ancestor, and so on. Most of them were ancestral gods of the 6th era or above. As soon as Primordial War Ancestor appeared, he directly broke the birdcage with the rules. In front of so many ancestral gods, he used his body of steel to take Mo Xiaolang into the primordial hell. In fact, this ensured Mo Xiaolang's safety. At least, he would not be killed by Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha. When Primordial War Ancestor and the others appeared, saved Mo Xiaolang, stood next to Long Chen, and even forced Demon Ancestor Qiyu away, Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha was furious. He pointed a finger at Primordial War Ancestor. Whoosh! It's Primordial War Ancestor. He has always been on Long Chen's side. He actually came out to help Long Chen in such a situation today. He really has guts. Could it be that the Ancestral Gods Alliance is going to split into two because of Long Chen? For a moment, the crowd was even more shocked. The ancestral gods that appeared this time were about the same as Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha's side. They had the ability to fight on equal footing. In fact, this was also the reason why Primordial War Ancestor came late. In fact, they had discussed whether they should help Long Chen because of this matter. After a period of consideration, they finally came. After all, it was obvious that this might be a very arduous and unrewarding task. Coming out to help Long Chen basically meant that they would always stand by Long Chen's side and support Long Chen to surpass the ancestral god of the 4th era in the future. Primordial War Ancestor. How dare you shield the Sky-Devouring clan? Aren't you afraid that the Ancestral Gods Alliance will punish you? Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha shouted angrily. In fact, this time, he thought that he was in the right position and had the support of all the ancestral gods. He thought that at this point, no matter how much Primordial War Ancestor and the others helped Long Chen, they would not get involved in this mess. Unexpectedly, they still appeared. Although they came a little late, they had successfully guaranteed the safety of Mo Xiaolang. At least, Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha would not kill him privately. However, Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha was not afraid. He even wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to use the Ancestral Gods Alliance to get rid of Primordial War Ancestor in one fell swoop. Faced with Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha's question, Primordial War Ancestor replied, "Then let me ask you, Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha, do you represent the entire Ancestral Gods Alliance, or have you already taken control of the Ancestral Gods Alliance? If you can't represent the Ancestral Gods Alliance, don't use the Ancestral Gods Alliance to scare me. Today is such a big matter, but you made a decision on your own, which is very rash. If you directly killed Mo Xiaolang without listening to the opinions of the Ancestral Gods Alliance, you would be the one who should be killed." Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha laughed and said, "But all the ancestor gods present have agreed. They were just bewitched by you. If it were me, I could do the same. Now, I'll protect him first. Let's wait for the Ancestral Gods Alliance to arrive." In fact, Primordial War Ancestor could only do his best. Neither he nor Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha could make a decision on this matter. Everything could only be decided when all the members of the Ancestral Gods Alliance arrived. Mo Xiaolang's fate was no longer decided by one person. The Ancestor Gods did not say much. Although they felt that Primordial War Ancestor was wrong, this was, after all, a big matter. It should be decided by all the experts together. Anyway, they were not in a hurry. At this time, they were ready to watch the show. Next, the images of the members of the Ancestral Gods Alliance gradually descended. Chaos Ancestor God, Primordial Ancestor God, Creation Ancestor God, Lord of Original Soul, and so on arrived one after another. Of course, there was also the Chaos Whole Ancestor, the Mortal People Emperor, and other 4th Era Ancestor Gods. The sky-devouring clan was originally a member of the realms, but there was once an unprecedented growth that destroyed the realms, but that doesn't mean that all of them are the same. At this point, Long Chen was full of confidence. He quickly explained his insights and their experiences, from the Devil Star in the Eternal God domain to the Dragon Tomb, and the many dangers they faced. Mo Xiaolang had helped them a lot, especially during the last Doomsday battle. During the Doomsday, everyone knew that if he hadn't destroyed the Doomsday, all of us and the realms would have perished. Whether he was a hero or a threat, everyone knows. I want to tell everyone that being from the Sky-Devouring clan doesn't mean that he's evil. He's just a type of existence, and the truly evil ones are those who forget to be grateful. Moreover, he's always been the soul of the human race, and he's always been fighting for the human race. Therefore, I would like to ask everyone to feel their conscience and speak. What has Mo Xiaolang done wrong to all of you? It's true that the Sky-Devouring clan destroyed the realms, but what has that got to do with him? He's just my brother, and also everyone's savior, and the benefactor of the realms. As for the threat, that's even more laughable. Even the Creator God was once controlled by the Sky-Devouring clan, and they threatened each other. What right do we have to talk about him? He's my life and death brother, and I know him very well along the way. I can confirm with all of you that if he really did harm the realms, or even did something that would destroy them, I would kill him myself. In Long Chen's words, Mo Xiaolang was indeed a pure and innocent child who had followed him all the way. Long Chen's dream was also Mo Xiaolang's dream. Moreover, Mo Xiaolang was originally a human, but due to a freak combination of factors, he had grown step by step from the weakest to the present. There's only evil in the heart, not in the race. Even among 100 ordinary people, there might be one villain. Then why is there no one from the Sky-Devouring clan who is our partner? May I ask, if you can just kill Mo Xiaolang, who has saved the realms and all of us here? Do you dare to ask your conscience if it's okay for you to kill him? Long Chen just spoke out his thoughts and the anger in his heart. It seemed that the hatred and future threat that Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha mentioned did not exist in his words. Perhaps some of the Creator Gods could still imagine the brotherly love between Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. After all, they had gone through such a long journey together. From Long Chen's point of view, today's trial of Mo Xiaolang was indeed cruel and merciless. Previously, the Creator Gods did not know the truth, which frightened Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha. But now, perhaps they could think about it seriously. Now that Long Chen had finished speaking, the Creator Gods also quieted down. In fact, these words could only win the support of those Creator Gods who already approved of Long Chen. As for those with evil intentions, they would not be willing to let Mo Xiaolang go just because of a few words from Long Chen. At this time the Creator God said, I believe what Long Chen said is true, and I also approve of Mo Xiaolang's contribution to the realms. But as the saying goes, those who are not of our race must have a different heart. Of course, our blood feud may have nothing to do with him, but the Sky-Devouring clan is the Sky-Devouring clan. To us, he is a huge potential threat. We can't let this threat continue to grow, or we will end up like the dragon ancestor in the past, allowing the Sky-Devouring clan to grow stronger and destroy the realms. We can't make the same mistake again. These words also resonated with many Creator Gods. Long Chen suppressed the anger in his heart and said with a sneer, Then to you, I am also a huge potential threat. Are you going to kill me? It hasn't been long since the Doomsday War, and you're already in such a hurry to be an ungrateful person? The Ancestor Gods wanted to establish a strict hierarchy. As an Ancestor God of the Fourth Era, he had to be superior, but Long Chen was the destroyer of this hierarchy. He was only an Ancestor God of the Eighth Era, but he dared to talk back at this time. Even the Chaos Cave Ancestor could not do anything to him. After all, he was protected by many Ancestor Gods. Long Chen faced the crowd and said, I've answered this question clearly. Mo Xiaolang has never betrayed us, and he will never betray us in the future. I can guarantee with my life that if such a thing really happens, I, Long Chen, will deal with it myself first. Judging good and evil based on someone else's identity is really reckless. Besides, in my eyes, he is a human and also my brother. Most Ancestor Gods would not forget Mo Xiaolang's great contribution in the Doomsday War. Today, Long Chen verbally challenged the Ancestor God of the Fourth Era. He was brave and fearless, and even spoke arrogantly. But the Ancestor Gods who really knew him knew that he was trying to protect his brother. Mo Xiaolang also knew. All their hopes rested on Long Chen. Don't let Long Chen go on. Let's vote quickly, the Chaos Cave ancestor said to Sacred Ancestor Kitagarbha secretly. Shaman ancestor of the Chaos Cave said to Sacred Ancestor Kitagarbha secretly because he had also seen the wavering expressions of the other ancestral gods. The ancestral gods of the Ancestral Gods Alliance still had the ability to think for themselves. They knew very well what was going on today. Sacred Ancestor Kitagarbha said, "Everyone, the Sky-Devouring clan is in great danger. Whether we should kill them today or not depends on today. If we don't kill them, they will bring us endless trouble in the future. I suggest that we kill Mo Xiaolang immediately to prevent future troubles. Please vote on whether to kill him or not." The rule of the Ancestral Gods Alliance was that the Ancestral Gods of the Fourth Era would have 10 votes, the Ancestral Gods of the Fifth Era would have 1 vote, and the rest would just watch. Under the leadership of Sacred Ancestor Kitagarbha, the Ancestral Gods of the Fourth Era would vote first. The will of each of them was very important. Among them, the Primordial War Ancestor naturally opposed the killing, while the Ancestral Gods of the Chaos Cave, the Ancestral Mortal Emperor, and Sacred Ancestor Kitagarbha naturally supported the killing. As for the other Ancestral Gods of the Fourth Era, Long Chen remembered them all. Long Chen looked coldly at the Ancestral Gods of the Fourth Era who supported the killing. "I, Long Chen, will remember today's enmity. In the future, when I surpass all of you, I will definitely make you pay the price." Long Chen couldn't help but be angry. He had even said this, which meant that he had shed all pretense of cordiality. As everyone knew, Long Chen was likely to have the chance to become the ancestral dragon of the Third Era. At that moment, several ancestral gods of the Fourth Era might not be his match. He had the chance to become the top expert in the myriad worlds. When he said this, it was actually a deterrent to the ancestral gods of the Fourth Era. If no one supported Long Chen, he could kill him now. But the problem was that there were several ancestral gods of the Fourth Era who supported Long Chen. In this vote, they were on Long Chen's side for the first time. Long Chen knew that it was probably because he had defeated Sacred Ancestor Wu Shan in an instant. The huge improvement had made the ancestral gods of the Fourth Era think about it. Once the Sky-Devouring clan was controlled, would it lead to the destruction of the myriad worlds? Although they felt that Mo Xiaolang couldn't be killed, it didn't mean that he couldn't be imprisoned forever. Therefore, at this time, 3 ancestral gods of the Fourth Era who were originally on Long Chen's side supported eternal imprisonment. As for the ancestral gods of the Fifth Era, about 3/5 supported eternal imprisonment. Those who believed that Mo Xiaolang was not guilty at all were at a disadvantage this time. The other side had a relatively large lead, which meant that according to the rules of the Ancestor God Alliance, Mo Xiaolang would be imprisoned forever. For Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha and the others, this was not their primary goal, but it could be achieved, and it was also a counterattack against Long Chen. For Long Chen, at least Mo Xiaolang's life was saved. At least Long Chen wouldn't lose this brother. This was the end. This time, Long Chen couldn't resist. Although he was still very angry and unwilling, it was already a miracle that he could protect Mo Xiaolang's life this time. "Don't be sad. You've tried your best. He won't blame you," Primordial War Ancestor said helplessly as he patted Long Chen on the shoulder. In the primitive hell, although Mo Xiaolang didn't speak, there were already tears in his eyes. He held back for a long time before he said to Long Chen, "Big brother, this is the best ending. Don't worry, it's just imprisonment. It's not a problem for me. Besides, the so-called eternal imprisonment is just the time between now and when you recover the true power of the ancestral dragon. I don't believe that when you rule over all the worlds, I, Mo Xiaolang, will still be free." His voice was very firm. It also gave Long Chen strength. "That's right. If I become the strongest in the myriad of worlds, why wouldn't I give you freedom? What's so difficult about eternal imprisonment? It's just that I'm very sorry that I have to make you lonely for so long and separate you from Yen. For so long. It's not that long. You've been cultivating on the 4th floor of the Tower of Time for 5,000 years. As for me, as Primordial War Ancestor said, I don't think I'll be imprisoned for more than 100 years. In the final analysis, it's just a piece of cake, big brother." As Mo Xiaolang said this, he smiled relaxedly. "Yes, It's just a piece of cake. Unexpectedly, Mo Xiaolang was more open-minded than Long Chen at this moment. Long Chen thought about it for a long time. It was really a piece of cake.
Mo Xiaolang trusted him so much that he firmly believed that he could become the ancestral dragon of the 4th era, or even the 3rd era within 100 years. Therefore, he had no reason not to believe in himself.
Big brother, if I don't even have time to bid farewell to her today, please apologize to Yan for me. I didn't mean to make her worry today. I can assure her that I will treat myself very well during this period of time. Speaking of this, Long Chen actually realized a more important problem. If it was eternal imprisonment, as long as he was able to free Mo Xiaolang in the future, it was not a big problem. The real problem was who would be imprisoned and where would he be imprisoned. As expected, Divine Ancestor Pudu said, "As for imprisonment, I can do it. I guarantee that he will be completely sealed and nobody can touch him. Of course, I won't punish him privately and keep him alive. Since he's imprisoned forever and can't be released, how would we know when you killed him? You had ill intentions towards him, so you can't be a prisoner." The Primordial War Ancestor directly retorted. His reasoning was also very convincing. "Do you want them to meet every day? I'm afraid we won't even know when you are wandering outside," Primordial War Ancestor retorted. These 3 ancestor gods of the 4th era had always been the ones who led the opposition against Long Chen. Primordial War Ancestor said, "Of course not, but it definitely won't be you. I recommend Ancestor God Creation to do it. We believe that she can be fair and just." In fact, Primordial War Ancestor and Ancestor God Creation were not familiar with each other. However, Primordial War Ancestor and the other 2 ancestor gods didn't care much about this matter. But it was obvious that they were on Long Chen's side today. Therefore, Primordial War Ancestor transferred this matter to them. Anyway, they wouldn't let him be imprisoned. Then let Creation do it. She can be fair and just. "Don't worry," Primordial Chaos Ancestor God said. "I can also guarantee for Creation," Primordial Chaos Ancestor God said. In addition, Primordial War Ancestor's good friend, Lord of Original Soul, also said a few words. This kind of matter needed to be said first. Divine Ancestor Pudu might not be trustworthy. On the contrary, Ancestor God Creation was a suitable choice for all the ancestor gods. "Then I'll do it. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility." Ancestor God Creation didn't back down. She said to Long Chen, "I'll act according to the rules of the Ancestor Gods Alliance. Say goodbye to your brother. I'm afraid you won't be able to see each other in the future, but I can promise you that I won't hurt him." Indeed, she was very fair. She wouldn't side with Long Chen like Primordial War Ancestor, but according to the rules, she would never let Long Chen see him in private, let alone let Mo Xiaolang come out. Primordial War Ancestor chose her only as a stopgap measure. After all, he was worried that Divine Ancestor Pudu and the others would snatch him away. That would be troublesome. Therefore, he transferred her to the fair Ancestor God Creation. Given Long Chen's situation, when his strength was above Ancestor God Creation's, he could ask Mo Xiaolang for help. But that was a matter for the future. What he needed to do now was to ensure Mo Xiaolang's safety. With this result, Long Chen fought for it to the best of his ability. There was nothing Long Chen could say. "It's fine. As long as there's the slightest possibility, we will search for it." Searching for the ancestral dragon's inheritance was the same as Long Chen's cultivation. They were both extremely important matters. Long Chen couldn't delay his cultivation, but he definitely couldn't give up on the search for those things either. God of Taisu said, "Actually, we also heard it by chance. It seems that in this 7th era's ancestral god ranking battle, there's a reward called Life Origin Stone." Am I right? It seems like it was directly announced. Long Chen seemed to have heard of this before. When the 8th era's ancestral god descended, because something happened to Mo Xiaolang, he gave it to the 4 extremes flame ancestors. It wasn't anything important, and its value wasn't high. After all, the ancestral gods of the myriad worlds basically didn't have any assets. Everyone came back naked, and the 1 or 2 things they had in their hands were picked up from the myriad worlds. But the myriad worlds now basically didn't have any precious things. For example, the instant magic stone previously. It was probably the most targeted kind. As for the life origin stone that was announced in the 7th era's ranking battle, it was said to allow the 7th era's ancestral god to rapidly recover his physical body after being injured. It had the same effect as Long Chen's life law. It wasn't anything precious, and probably wasn't even useful to the 6th era's ancestral god. Therefore, even though Long Chen knew about it, he didn't care. The ancestral gods participated in the ranking battle for fame, face, and glory. Basically, no one participated for the rewards. After all, in the current myriad worlds, any reward was too boring. The Ancestral God Alliance probably came up with such a reward to make the ranking battle more official. What's so special about this life origin stone? The god of grand plainness said, "Clearly, this is something that the Ancestral God Alliance found in the current myriad worlds. We remember that before the epoch, there was no such thing as the life origin stone. This name was probably randomly given. After all, there isn't any kind of stone that can allow an ancestral god to recover their physical body. The only thing that can do it is the laws of an ancestral god. Therefore, we guess that there's a certain possibility that it's just an ordinary stone that has a law attached to it. That's why it has such an effect. Everything is based on guesses," the Slaughter Dragon's servant said. After all, there were many things that they didn't know before the epoch. Therefore, there was no way to guarantee anything. There was only a certain possibility. If it's a law, and it's a life law, then it might be a clue left behind by the Taiji life-form dragon, just like the previous time. Long Chen nodded. "No matter what, even if it's just a guess, as long as there's a clue, I'll go obtain this life origin stone. Your cultivation realm is that of the 8th era's ancestral god, but you were able to defeat the 6th era's ancestral god. Will the Ancestral God Alliance allow you to participate in this battle?" The god of grand plainness asked. "I don't know about that. I'll have to ask," Long Chen replied. "All right, then I'll leave the matter of obtaining the life origin stone to you. Now that Xiao Lang has been imprisoned for eternity, you're in urgent need of more power to let him regain his freedom. As for us, we'll continue to search for new clues." You've worked hard. They had been constantly on the move and were exhausted. If it weren't for them, it would have been very difficult for Long Chen to obtain the Void Cosmic Dragon's world source and origin dragon's soul. For the sake of the current dragon sacrificial continent, it's worth it. The Slaughter Dragon servants stayed in the dragon sacrificial continent for a while before leaving. This brand new world was the biggest reason why they were still fighting hard. Their former home was the place that moved them to tears. Long Chen knew that ancestor god Pangu seemed to be involved in the arrangements for the 7th era's ranking god tournament. Therefore, he came to Pangu continent to look for him. According to the time, the ranking god tournament would only officially begin tomorrow. "Can I participate in the 7th era's ranking god tournament?" Long Chen asked ancestor god Pangu. After all, they were already familiar with each other, so he went straight to the point. Elder god Pangu was startled for a moment. He said, "Why are you participating in this ranking battle? It's not challenging at all. Perhaps in the future, when the 6th era's progenitor elder god ranking battle takes place, you can participate and temper yourself." Long Chen did not answer directly. Instead he asked, "The 6th era is still far away. If I want to try, I really can't participate." "Actually, I definitely don't think there's a problem, but I don't have the final say in the Ancestral Gods Alliance. Besides, you've shown the strength to fight against the 6th era's ancestral gods. If you participate, you'll definitely get first place. It's no different from the other 6th era's ancestral gods participating in the 7th era's primordial tournament. Therefore, the 7th era's ancestral gods will definitely not agree to it. Then, the ranking god tournament will be meaningless." What ancestor god Pangu said made sense. In fact, the biggest reason was that he was already equivalent to a 6th era's ancestral god. If he participated, he would be breaking the rules, and the ranking god tournament would become meaningless. Understood. If he couldn't participate, how could he obtain the Vitality Origin Stone? Over at the Draconic Sacrificial Continent, seeing that Long Chen was thinking of a solution, Kitten said, "Boss, your brain has rusted. You're only thinking of yourself. Don't you know that I'm currently at the 7th era's ancestral god realm? If you can't participate, I'll help you obtain the Vitality Origin Stone. In addition, on the fourth floor of the Tower of Time, Lingxi opened her eyes from her cultivation. In fact, she was already charging towards the sixth era's ancestral god realm. Moreover, at this moment, Long Chen's third child was still in its initial stage. From the outside, one couldn't tell that Lingxi was pregnant at all. It would probably be a long time before the child was born. Lingxi said, if it's the seventh era's ancestral god, I should be more suitable. Currently, there shouldn't be many seventh era's ancestral gods who are my match. After all, she was someone who was about to charge towards the sixth era's ancestral god realm. Moreover, she had the inheritance of two fourth era's ancestral gods. If it wasn't for Long Chen being too dazzling, the fourth era's ancestral gods would definitely be afraid of Lingxi. Her final destination was likely to surpass all the fourth era's ancestral gods. In fact, both Kitten and Lingxi were suitable. However, when Mo Xiaolang met with an accident in this ranking battle, Long Chen was a little traumatized. Therefore, he really didn't want the people around him to take risks. Boss, don't tell me you're worried about us because of wolf cubs matter. There's no need for that. This isn't your style. Besides, I've been recovering my strength these days. My body has long rusted. Even if you don't let me participate, I'll still participate. I'll take first place for you to see. Lingxi said, Kitten, if I participate, you can only get second place. So be it. I'll still be able to look down on all the heroes. Kitten chuckled. It's just a small matter. We also need to temper ourselves. Don't worry too much. You're not you. Besides, creating a greenhouse for us isn't a good thing for our future. Lingxi knew what Long Chen was thinking. Of course, in fact, Long Chen only hesitated for a moment. It wasn't that exaggerated. Since the two of them requested so, Long Chen said, all right, I'll depend on you too. Chapter 3486. When Long Chen told Ancestral God Pangu that Lingxi and Kitty were going to participate in the ranking battle, Ancestral God Pangu was most surprised. He hadn't expected that the two of them had already reached the 7th era's primordial ancestor level. In terms of cultivation level, they were even higher than Long Chen. They took it seriously. Long Chen had asked Lingxi and Kitten to come here personally for him to bear witness. Ancestor God Pangu had nothing to say now. He knew the path that Long Chen and Lingxi had taken. It seems that with you around, everyone around you can become a freak like you. Kitten had been a peak progenitor god of the 6th era before, and was currently recovering. Lingxi had received the legacies of two progenitor gods of the 4th era. Based on the current situation, Long Chen had also received two legacies, and was actually not that far off from Lingxi. Therefore, it was normal for Lingxi to have such improvements. Since they are progenitors of the 7th era, it will definitely not be a problem for them to participate. Don't worry. From tomorrow onwards, I will make arrangements for them. Ancestor God Pangu did not get to the bottom of it, nor did he ask Long Chen's reason for participating. In his opinion, Lingxi and the others did not need this glory at all. He could not think of the rewards at all. The only possibility was probably for Lingxi and the others to train. After all, their strength had grown too quickly. The progenitor gods naturally recognized Lingxi. During the Doomsday War, it was Lingxi who had personally saved many progenitor gods. The next day, Long Chen, Lingxi, and Kitten arrived at the 7th era's progenitor god ranking battle area. This was a very large barren area, located in the northernmost part of the northern star field. It was also to the north of the ancestral star, and was more or less at the border. This time, there were many progenitor gods present, a total of 5,000. Of course, this was still a points battle. Once they entered the top 100 and fought their way to the top 8, there would be even more people. It was likely that all the progenitor gods of the infinite worlds would come to witness the birth of the strongest progenitor god of the 7th era. In the myriad worlds, there were close to 1,000 ancestral gods of the 7th era. Because there were fewer people than the 9th and 8th elder gods, the battles progressed relatively quickly. The entire starfield was under the control of the Elder Gods Alliance, and roughly 100 battlefields had been set up for the point-scoring battles, which were supervised by 100 6th era elder gods. The battles would last for roughly 3 months, and each of them would participate in 100 battles. The top 100 would be the ones with the highest points. The top 8 would directly participate in the final battle. Kitten was not very famous, but Long Chen and Lingxi's arrival attracted a lot of attention. Now Long Chen was a special figure in the infinite worlds. His strength was not heaven-defying, but in terms of status, many people did not dare to offend him. As for Lingxi, as Long Chen's wife, she had been quietly staying by Long Chen's side. During the Doomsday Battle, she had helped many progenitor gods, about 1,000 of them. Those progenitor gods all remembered her, and many of them participated in the battles. In fact, Li Xuanji also wanted to participate, but she would have used Long Chen's rules. This way, people would think that she was participating in the battles as Long Chen's clone, so she was not allowed to participate. The battles soon began. The points battle was actually more shocking, and there were hundreds of battles going on at any time. Lingxi and Kitten were arranged by Pangu to be in different areas, so that they would not clash in advance. In fact, Lingxi was slightly stronger than Kitten, but Lingxi was pregnant, and Long Chen was still worried about her, so he basically stayed by Lingxi's side to watch the battles. In fact, Lingxi was very reassuring. If she encountered an opponent at the end of the 7th era, she could defeat him with one move. In the middle of the era, for example, Saint Ancestor Hanba, it did not take long for her to encounter Saint Ancestor Luiyue. However, Saint Ancestor Luiyue was only here to play, and when she encountered her beloved godmother, she immediately admitted defeat. The most difficult to deal with were the progenitor gods of the 7th era, who were born at the beginning of the era. For example, Ancestor Sacrifice, who was once a formidable opponent of Long Chen, would be more difficult to deal with. Sometimes, the battles would last longer, and even a little more thrilling, but Lingxi eventually won. Fortunately, there were not many progenitor gods of the 7th era at the beginning of the era, about 200. Of course, the final top 100 would probably be among these 200. It was very smooth. In the past, when Lingxi used the silence mantra to save people, no one knew that she was so powerful. Therefore, during this period of time, her reputation rose. After all, she was Long Chen's wife, so she attracted a lot of attention. After dozens of battles, everyone knew that Lingxi was definitely a super hot favorite to win the championship. Of course, Kitten was not weak either. She had always maintained an undefeated record, even when facing opponents from the beginning of the era. Over the past 3 months, Kitten and Lingxi had maintained an undefeated record in more than 100 battles. They persisted until the end of the battles. This time, the Ancestral Gods Alliance had made arrangements. 7 of the 8 that ultimately entered the top 8 had maintained an undefeated record. These 8 basically did not fight in the points battle. Only one had lost to another, but it was a narrow victory. The top 100 list was released. The top 8 were also born. These 8 were all dazzling figures among the progenitor gods of the 7th era. Now, they were just waiting for the final battle. With Long Chen around, Lingxi and Kitten were basically unscathed, and they were ready for the final battle. They were different from others. The Vitality Essence Stone was their only goal. 5 days later, the final battle officially began. This time, there were a total of 8,000 progenitor gods. Almost all the progenitor gods were here. Apart from the existences of the Ancestor Gods Alliance, they were not interested in battles of this level. Today, there were progenitor gods of the 4th era present. They oversaw the overall situation. Of course, the Vitality Essence Stone would also be handed to the victors. Ancestor God Pangu was also one of the overseers. There were a few other progenitor gods of the 5th era who were on good terms with Long Chen. As for the progenitor god of the 4th era, he was the Destiny Star Ancestor. His world was the Wheel of Destiny, an Engines-level world. The Fate Star Ancestor was an old man who wore a bright red robe and had a red face. His figure was a little bloated. In reality, he was a demon, and his true form was the Fate Star Beast. Of course, Long Chen had never seen his true form. Long Chen did not like him, but he did not hate the Destiny Star Ancestor either. Previously, he was against the decision to kill Mo Xiaolang in the matter of Mo Xiaolang. But later, when it was decided whether to imprison Mo Xiaolang forever, he chose to agree. At that time, there were 3 progenitor gods of the 4th era who left Long Chen's camp and chose to imprison Mo Xiaolang. The Destiny Star Ancestor was one of them. Long Chen was grateful that he chose to keep Mo Xiaolang alive. But because he changed his mind, Mo Xiaolang had lost his freedom. The two offset each other, so Long Chen did not like him or hate him. At least he was fair. In fact, he was just in charge and did not care about anything. Soon after, ancestor god Pangu announced that the battle between the top 8 had begun. Lingxi was in the first group, so she was the first to fight. Because of ancestor god Pangu's arrangement, Kitten was in the fourth group, so he was the last to fight. In this way, in this elimination battle, Lingxi would basically not meet Kitten. Both of them had a chance to become the champion, and their chances were quite high. Now, everyone's eyes were focused on Lingxi and her opponent in the field. Her opponent was also a female progenitor god. The only 2 women in the top 8 clashed at this time, and it was the first battle. This was a demon, and her true form was the primordial lightning beast. Naturally, she was born at the beginning of the 7th epoch, and had just transitioned to the 7th epoch. Her strength was extremely close to that of the 6th epoch's progenitor god. Standing in front of Lingxi was a cold-looking woman. She was slightly thin, and her eyes flickered with lightning. Countless bolts of lightning swam around her body. In reality, her divine body was like a primordial continent. Lingxi took her opponent very seriously. During the points battle, she had seen her fight. She had also maintained a record of over 100 battles, and was extremely powerful. Moreover, her methods were quite vicious. Perhaps you have forgotten, but during the apocalypse, I also woke up because of your silence mantra. Fortunately, I did not die in the end, said the primordial lightning beast. So it was Lingxi who had saved her before. However, the ranking god battles are about fighting for glory, and there is no need to fight to the death. So, I will not be lenient just because you are my benefactor, said her opponent. That would be for the best. Of course, Lingxi did not wish for her opponent to be like that. After all, it was rare for her to meet an evenly matched opponent. She also cherished such battles, and it would be even better if she could make a few friends. You are the woman I admire the most in the myriad worlds. The primordial lightning beast was very straightforward. After saying these words, someone seemed to have announced the start of the battle. At this time, she did not show any mercy, and directly revealed her true form. That was a huge thunderbird. Her entire body was wrapped with billions of bolts of lightning, and countless electric snakes swam around her body. Her torso spread out her wings, and there was actually a total of 2 sets of wings, one big and one small. Every single feather on her body was filled with countless bolts of lightning. In an instant, the lightning lit up the myriad worlds. Her power was like her personality, decisive and straightforward. Of course, Lingxi was not lacking either. She had 2 world origins. At this time, the white lotus transformed into a snow-white long sword, appearing in her right hand. On the fingers of her left hand, there was a pitch-black ring with traces of blood on it. The white lotus made it pure and surrounded by immortal qi, while the black hell made it cold and frightening. It was just that compared to the primordial lightning beast, she was really insignificant. Perhaps in terms of visual comparison, Lingxi was indeed a little weaker. But in reality, Long Chen knew that Lingxi would definitely win this battle. At this time, her opponent let out a shrill cry, and lightning bolted over. The huge thunderbird danced in the sky above Lingxi, creating a hell of lightning. Boom boom boom. Lingxi was shrouded in countless lightning bolts. Everyone thought that Lingxi would not be able to defend against such a violent attack. However, everyone soon saw a white lotus blossoming amidst the violent lightning bolts, protecting Lingxi within. She was completely unharmed, and at this time, she gripped her long sword with both hands, and a terrifying pressure of the sword Dao appeared. Perhaps this was the time when Lingxi truly displayed her capabilities. Boom! Chapter 3487. Primordial Thunderbolt. The primordial thunderbolt beast circled in the air. Countless electric snakes slithered out of its feathers and swept downwards, forming a lightning hell that trapped Lingxi within. In terms of scene, it was naturally incomparably huge and shocking. Of course, in the center of the lightning hell, the blooming white lotus was just as astonishing. Lingxi was protected within the lotus. She used one hand to support the white lotus, while the other hand gripped the long sword formed from the world's essence, the white lotus. She looked weak and delicate as she pierced towards the sky. Daluo Golden Immortal Sword. The sword slashed out, filled with immortal chi. In an instant, a golden sword aura shot up into the sky. It was as though countless immortals were circling around the golden sword as it soared into the sky. The golden sword aura was like a golden sword pillar. It was extremely majestic and dazzling, even drowning out the light of the lightning hell. Rumble! The target of the Daluo Golden Immortal Sword was the body of the Thunderbird. That domineering and sharp blade instantly tore through the lightning hell and descended. Lingxi surpassed her opponent in terms of the origin energy of the world. In terms of laws she had too. Of course, she was also at a level where she surpassed her opponent. Compared to Long Chen, she was a little better. The moment the golden sword appeared, everyone was shocked. Lingxi had not displayed this level of power in the previous battles. Within the Daluo Golden Immortal Sword, the primordial Thunderbolt Beast was completely destroyed. The primordial Thunderbolt Beast was also in great danger. At this time, she had no choice but to withdraw her laws and flee. Only then did she barely manage to avoid Lingxi's heaven-defying sword. Although it had escaped by a hair's breadth, the primordial Thunderbolt Beast was not discouraged. It circled in the air before descending rapidly. In the process, its huge body underwent a terrifying transformation. Fatal lightning. The laws emanated as the primordial Thunderbolt Beast transformed from a huge demonic beast into a streak of blue lightning. This lightning was originally the size of a world, but when it approached Lingxi, it began to shrink rapidly. Unimaginably, it had shrunk from the size of a world to the size of a strand of hair. A hair-thin bolt of deadly lightning. With the speed of lightning, one could imagine how fast it was. These deadly bolts of lightning could easily bore into an enemy's body and rapidly destroy it. Basically, they would destroy the ancestor god's body. Hua! The crowd let out a clamor, shocked by the threat of the deadly lightning. Of course, this was a competition, and no one could help Lingxi at this time. Even Long Chen could only watch. Tai Soulless Curse. Lingxi wasn't flustered in the face of this fatal bolt of lightning. She put down the long sword in her hand as the black ring on her other hand flashed with a black light. That black light shot towards the other party and spread out. In an instant, the fatal bolt of lightning collided with the Tai Soulless Curse. This curse could cause the enemy to lose their souls in an instant and affect their ancestral souls. Because of this, before it reached Lingxi, the hair-sized fatal lightning suddenly shook violently and turned into a human figure with a bang. The fatal lightning lost its effect and the rule was completely lost. The primordial lightning beast that had turned into a human was still under the influence of the Tai Soulless Curse. It appeared to be in a daze and would not be able to regain its composure in a short period of time. You have lost. Everyone could see that under such circumstances, Lingxi could easily defeat her opponent. The outcome was very clear. Therefore, Lingxi removed the Tai Soulless Curse for her opponent and woke him up. In reality, everyone was still a little confused about Lingxi's final move. After all, it was a curse. Later on, the ancestor gods recalled that Lingxi had the inheritance of the cursed demon ancestor. No wonder she was so powerful. Long Chen and the others around him are really nature-defying. One of them obtained the inheritance of 2 ancestor dragons, one of them obtained the inheritance of 2 fourth-era ancestor gods, and one of them is actually from the Sky-Devouring clan. As for the reincarnation divine beast, it is said to be the strongest destruction ancestor god in the myriad worlds before the War of the Eras. It escaped the War of the Eras and is now in the process of recovering its strength. It is said that the destruction ancestor god reached the peak of the 6th era at its peak, and there is hope for it to enter the 5th era. In reality, this Lingxi is still a 7th era ancestor god. Overall, she is not much weaker than Long Chen. I am so envious. Maybe one day, both of them will become existences comparable to the 4th era ancestor gods. When that time comes, they will truly be overlords of the myriad worlds, or even super overlords. This is really suspenseful. According to what I know, there will definitely be stronger ancestor gods who do not want them to reach that realm. You have to know that Long Chen and the others are still too weak. If not for the protection of some ancestor gods, those 5th era and 4th era ancestor gods would have long suppressed him. Could it be that those ancestor gods who hate them don't know how to be grateful? They really saved us during the Great Era War. Gratitude is gratitude, but this is the era of creation. Everything is in the past, and everyone is looking forward to the future. After all, Long Chen has the potential to completely surpass the Fourth Era ancestor gods. Once his potential becomes a reality, the myriad worlds will probably be ruled by a single person. Even the ancestor gods' alliance will be useless. Those Fourth Era ancestor gods are thinking about this. While the ancestor gods were discussing, Lingxi successfully won and returned to Long Chen's side. She did not expend much energy. Based on the current situation, it won't be a problem for Kitten and I to obtain the Life Origin Stone. Lingxi was still somewhat confident in her heart. The second battle was about to begin. The two fought bitterly, but they were evenly matched. Although the battle wasn't as grand as Lingxi's, it lasted longer and was extremely exciting. Both of them had expended a great deal of energy. This was beneficial to Lingxi, because Lingxi's next opponent would be the victor of their battle. After a long time, the victor was finally determined. The victor seemed to be on his last breath. Although he had successfully entered the top 4, he didn't seem to have much energy left. He immediately came down to recuperate. At this time, the third battle was about to begin. The third battle was an unexpected experience. Long Chen and Lingxi both noticed that this previously unknown ancestor god had actually displayed a terrifying might in this battle. He had also defeated his opponent in a very short period of time. It was simply shocking. Clearly, he had been conserving his strength in the previous battles. The speed at which he entered the top 4 isn't any different from that of Lingxi. I know who he is. For a time, the crowd began to discuss this ancestor god who had won so easily and decisively. He was a tall ancestor god who wore an embroidered robe. He had a domineering and disdainful aura, and he likely cultivated in the battle laws. He was extremely fierce, and the most obvious thing was that he had 3 eyes. There was a vertical eye on his forehead, and these 3 eyes were like 3 faint golden stars that revolved around him. Within each star was a figure, and each figure was the ancestor god himself. These 3 eyes were truly shocking. All 3 of them were cold, domineering, and disdainful. Their auras soared to the heavens. His world essence was a 3-pointed, double-edged blade. When he held it in his hand, it gave off an awe-inspiring aura. This long blade was most likely the origin of all such weapons, and it was also an extremely domineering object. Kitten said, "I recognize this fellow. He is known as the 3-star war ancestor. The world he created is known as the 3-star realms. It is formed from 3 golden stars that mutually attract and revolve around each other. The 3-star realms are very special, because they were born at the end of the 6th era and the beginning of the 7th era. They can be considered the oldest 7th era ancestor god. In truth, they can also be considered the 6th era ancestor god, but because they only have the origins of 3 worlds, they are still considered the 7th era ancestor god. Even so, they are the most supreme ancestor gods of the 7th era." "Do you have the confidence to defeat him?" Long Chen asked. If Kitten won the 4th battle, he would next have to face the 3-star war ancestor. "If I was at my peak, I would definitely be able to kill him in an instant. However, now it'll all depend on luck and opportunity. In any case, it'll be a difficult battle. I just don't know if your great beauty Lingxi will be able to defeat him." It seemed that this fellow was the stumbling block for Long Chen to get the Life Essence Stone. At this time, Kitten went to the 4th battle. Kitten was also quite good. He was the Destruction Ancestor God and had the boundless space. Now, he was also close to the 6th era Ancestor God level. He would recover in time. It probably took him a little more time than Lingxi and the 3-star war ancestor to defeat his opponent. Then, it was a few days of rest. Long Chen and the other 2 didn't waste any time. They went to the 4th floor of the Tower of Time and meditated here for a long time. Then, the second round of battle began. The first battle was fought by Lingxi. The difficulty of this battle was almost the same as the previous one. Basically, Lingxi easily won the battle by relying on 2 different rules. She had the opportunity to compete for the championship. For Long Chen, the most important thing was the battle between Kitten and the 3-star war ancestor. If Kitten won, the Life Essence Stone would belong to him. However, if Kitten lost, he would need Lingxi to intercept the 3-star war ancestor. What he was most worried about was that the 3-star war ancestor would win 2 battles in a row. In that case, if Long Chen wanted to get the Life Essence Stone, he would have to use other methods. "Don't worry, boss. Grandpa Cat will deal with him. The kitten left valiantly and energetically. The reincarnation divine beast against the 3-star war ancestor. Long Chen was looking forward to it. In fact, everyone had found that Kitten, Lingxi and the 3-star war ancestor were the most powerful ancestor gods of the 7th era. They seemed to be evenly matched. Everyone was very curious about who was the first, second and third. The most important battle was between the reincarnation beast and the 3-star war ancestor. Kill. Lingxi saw that he was slightly hesitant and comforted him. In fact, Lingxi had always acted like she knew what to do. Of course, Long Chen knew that Lingxi had not met a real opponent since the start of the battle. She had not shown her true strength. Thinking of this, he was much more relieved. With Ancestor God Pangu's announcement, the battle officially began. Lingxi's right hand held the white lotus and her left hand held the black prison. Her opponent held the 3-pointed, double-edged blade and attacked without saying a word. Heart of 10,000 Demons Curse. Lingxi did not remain idle either. The moment the battle began, she unleashed a curse that she had never unleashed before amidst the anticipation of the crowd. Heart of 10,000 Demons Curse. It was yet another rule that bewitched the ancestral soul. The rebirth of a heart demon was naturally rather dangerous. Another ray of light flickered above her black hell. This light covered Lingxi herself. As long as the other party's eyes saw it, they would have fallen for this rule. Holy Deity Protection. The 3-star battle ancestor probably already knew the power of Lingxi's curse. Even if he encountered a curse that he had never seen before, he still used the only way to protect himself. 3 golden stars quickly appeared beside him. The 3 golden stars revolved around him, forming a golden domain that covered his safety. This was a power similar to Lingxi's purification rule. It had a certain degree of restraining the rule. In particular, he had accidentally used the Holy Deity Protection to block Lingxi's curse. In that instant, the 3-star battle ancestor roared. Under the protection of the Holy Deity, his aura was boundless, and he truly displayed the terrifying power of his Tao of battle. In an instant, the entire stellar domain trembled and rumbled. Heaven's Descent Blade. Like a blazing sun, it shot up into the sky, dancing with the essence of the world. Then, it suddenly descended violently, stabbing out with its 3-pointed, double-edged blade. In an instant, it transformed into 3 mountains that descended. Of course, these mountains were all forged from the blade itself, and were fatal attacks. They came straight at her head. The crowd could not help but let out an uproar. Lingxi had lost in one move, and had fallen into the killing rule of the Heaven's Descent Blade. She was in a dangerous situation. In that instant, Lingxi continued to attack. The 3-star battle ancestor was still within the Holy Deity Protection formed by the 3 golden stars. Although it was difficult for Lingxi to use the curse to affect him, she still had other rules. 9 Heaven's Mysterious Immortal Sword. White lotuses danced in the air. One sword turned into 9 swords, and then into 9 fairies. In an instant, the 9 Heaven's Mysterious Immortal Sword and the Heaven's Descent Blade clashed fiercely. Lingxi still had the advantage of the world origin. This time, the Heaven's Descent Blade of the 3-star battle ancestor was quickly shattered. Even the Holy Deity Protection was almost destroyed by Lingxi. If even this kind of attack could not injure him, it was even more proof that this opponent was powerful. However, Lingxi was calm. She stood in one place, and the 3-star battle ancestor constantly changed positions around her, looking for a more suitable opportunity to attack. Although you are a woman, you are really strong. In the midst of battle, the 3-star battle ancestor's eyes were cold. He could not suppress his strong battle intent, and it exploded everywhere. Flower Immortal Domain. In order to win, Lingxi had to enter a cold-blooded state of attack. Now, the white lotus sword in her hand had actually transformed into a lotus. Bang! The lotus dispersed. Countless petals began to revolve around her, and the area they surrounded was expanding. Very quickly, they surrounded the 3-star battle ancestor. In an instant, those petals looked beautiful, but in reality, they were the sharpest swords. In an instant, they swarmed up, and like a torrential rain, they poured down on the 3-star battle ancestor's Holy Deity Protection. So strong. The three-star battle ancestor did not gain the upper hand at all. Currently, it seems that they are evenly matched. The three-star battle ancestor is a bit more ruthless, but Lingxi's law is a bit more powerful. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of spectators, this time, Lingxi directly used the flower immortal domain to completely destroy the opponent's 3 golden stars of the holy deity protection. Tai Soulless Curse. The moment the holy deity protection was broken, the law of Lingxi's curse had already been activated. Accompanied by the flower immortal domain, it rushed into the opponent's body. In that instant, the three-star battle ancestor was violently attacked by the Tai Soulless Curse, and his ancestral soul quickly fell into a state of confusion. However, at this time, the three-star battle ancestor displayed an ability that surpassed the primordial lightning beast. Heaven's Eye Aurora. This was the move that defeated Kitten. At the most chaotic moment, bursts of flames erupted from his body. At that time, his 3 eyes were incomparably scorching and flashing. In an instant, 3 extremely resplendent light beams burst out and violently attacked. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 light beams went straight for Lingxi. Through the Heaven's Eye Aurora, they even broke through Lingxi's flower immortal domain. Moreover, in this chaotic situation, he gradually survived the most dangerous moment of the Tai Soulless Curse, and would gradually wake up in the future. Lingxi is in danger. The Heaven's Eye Aurora appeared again. This was a simple and direct law with terrifying power. It was simply the foundation of the three-star battle ancestor. This was where Kitten was defeated, so the creator gods were also very concerned. Long Chen did not particularly understand the specific extent of Lingxi's power, but he was also very worried. In fact, the number of laws that Lingxi had mastered was beyond Long Chen's imagination. At least in these hundreds of battles, she had used at least 50 laws, and very few of them were repeated. At this time, another new law descended. World-purifying sacred light. This was one of the world-purifying laws of the immemorial boundless world-purifying celestial ancestor. The white lotus returned to the space between her eyebrows. In the space between her eyebrows, the lotus pattern bloomed. In the center of the bloom, lotus seeds appeared. Each lotus seed was a source of light. In an instant, pure white light burst out, forming a destructive light beam that instantly collided with the Heaven's Eye Aurora. The white light and the golden light collided. Lingxi was indifferent and otherworldly, while the three-star battle ancestor was tyrannical and violent. These were 2 completely different laws, but in this collision, they intertwined. Lingxi completely used her own method to block the extermination law that the three-star battle ancestor was very confident in. At this time, although both sides had consumed a lot of energy, in reality, they did not cause any fundamental damage to the other. The suspense of victory and defeat was still very great. However, the three-star battle ancestor could not bear it for a moment. When he survived the Tai Soulless Curse, he roared angrily again, as if he had gone crazy. He waved the 3-pointed double-edged sword in his hand and attacked again. Chapter 3489. As expected, the three-star battle ancestor knew of Lingxi's strength. That was why he used all the strength in his body to release the law that he had kept for the longest time. His goal was to rely on this law to obtain victory. In truth, Lingxi's current performance had made the three-star battle ancestor realize that if he did not defeat his opponent, he would lose without a doubt. In fact, he had paid attention to Lingxi and knew that she would be his final opponent. However, her endless tricks really made him respect her. 3 stars Nirvana. The three-star battle ancestor's blood was boiling. His 3-pointed, double-edged blade pierced out. What was most shocking was that at this moment, his 3 eyeballs actually popped out of their sockets and turned into 3 huge stars that circled around the 3-pointed, double-edged blade. In an instant, golden lightning gathered and intertwined with each other. Shocking! He actually used the 3 most important eyes in his body as a law attack. Clearly, this was a law that surpassed the limit. It could only be used once in a battle, and there was even a huge limit. It was unknown when the three-star battle ancestor could recover those 3 eyes, but in order to win, he was willing to risk it all. Heavens! He actually turned these 3 eyes into a law attack. This is definitely much stronger than the Sky Eye Aurora. With such a law, Lingxi will definitely lose. She's definitely going to lose. She won't be killed, right?
It was not that everyone thought that Lingxi was not strong, but the appearance of the 3 stars Nirvana law shocked the entire audience. Everyone knew that this was the 3-star battle ancestor's last struggle. Rumble. 3 huge golden stars twined around the 3-pointed, double-edged blade. They were intertwined with golden lightning as they charged towards Lingxi. When Long Chen saw this scene, he actually knew that the opponent's law was completely at the level of the 6th era's ancestral god. In truth, even the 9th demon ancestor might not be able to block this law. To Lingxi, it was also a matter of life and death. Long Chen hurriedly said to ancestor god Pangu, "If Lingxi can't win, please help me save her quickly."
Don't worry.
Pangu naturally knew that he had to protect Lingxi at a time like this.
Chen, I can win.
Perhaps it was because she knew that Long Chen would be worried, so Lingxi said a few more words to him. From her tone, it could be seen that she was extremely calm and indifferent. This caused Long Chen to have a whole new level of respect for her. Could it be that under such circumstances, she can still? Just as she thought of this, the rampaging 3 stars Nirvana had already collided in front of Lingxi. The greatest explosion of the 3 stars Nirvana was at the last moment. Under the guidance of the 3-pointed double-edged blade, the 3 stars Nirvana collided.
Rumble.
At this moment, the 3 stars Nirvana erupted with a tremendous force. A golden sea exploded, and even the 3-star battle ancestor was sent flying.
He looked dispirited.
If he didn't defeat Lingxi this time, then he would have lost. After all, he had already lost his eyes, and basically didn't have much fighting strength left. Everyone's hearts were in their throats as they watched to see how Lingxi was going to survive in the sea of 3 stars Nirvana. Guardian Curse of the Gods. In that instant, Lingxi raised her left hand, and her black ring appeared in the eyes of every ancestral god. In that instant, Lingxi's black hair and eyes made her look like a fairy in the night. Unexpectedly, every ancestral god who saw the black ring suddenly lost a small portion of their world's origin energy, which was seized by the guardian curse of the gods. In that instant, even Long Chen himself lost a bit of his world's origin energy. It left his body and flew towards Lingxi. At this time, Lingxi was completely engulfed by the power of the 3 stars Nirvana. Looking up, the thousands of ancestral gods around her all lost a bit of their world's origin energy. The world's origin energy turned into a black curse symbol in the air, and instantly converged towards Lingxi. In that instant, all the world's origin energy surrounded Lingxi, and all the curse symbols gathered together to form a black hollow sphere. It was at this moment that the power of 3 stars Nirvana erupted.
Guide.
Lingxi was incomparably calm. Using the guardian curse of the gods, she guided all the power of 3 stars Nirvana to an uninhabited area in the sky, and let it explode in the sky. In truth, she could have used this power to attack the 3-star battle ancestor, but the 3-star battle ancestor would undoubtedly die, so she didn't do so.
Rumble.
3 stars Nirvana exploded in the sky, and golden flames spread out. The flames reminded Long Chen of Mo Xiaolang, who was still imprisoned and had lost his freedom. He couldn't afford to waste any time. Of course, Lingxi's stunning performance made his mood even better. Currently, the guardian curse of the gods was dissipating, and within it, Lingxi was unharmed. She was still as elegant as a fairy, beautiful enough to cause the downfall of nations, and envied Long Chen. As for the 3-star battle ancestor, he retreated in defeat, and had lost most of his fighting strength. This victory was already quite obvious. Especially the final battle. It was simply stunning. Both of them fought beyond their limits. First, the 3-star battle ancestor used his 3 eyes to unleash 3 stars Nirvana. But in truth, Lingxi's ability to directly seize power from the spectating ancestral gods to form a protection was even more unimaginable. Without a doubt, the guardian curse of the gods was the most heaven-defying rule of Lingxi. If there were no spectators around, this rule would be useless, but once it was present, like now, even 3 stars Nirvana couldn't hurt her. Such a result was a little hard to judge, because Lingxi's final move didn't seem to be using her own power. At this time, Pangu announced, the 7th era's ancestral god ranking battle has ended. In the end, Lingxi defeated 3-star battle ancestor and obtained victory, becoming the strongest 7th era's ancestral god.
Let us congratulate her.
For a moment, the scene became noisy. Some people cheered, and some people questioned.
That's not right. She was borrowing our power at the end. If we weren't watching and they fought alone, doesn't that mean that Lingxi wasn't a match for 3-star battle ancestor? I think it's her ability to borrow power to protect herself. This victory was very controversial. Lingxi and Long Chen were still calm, but 3-star battle ancestor had nothing to say at this time. On the Ancestral God Alliance's side, not everyone approved of this decision. Among them, there was one that Long Chen was familiar with. It was a world next to Hongjun Star Sea, called Heaven Sword Divine Realm. Its ancestral god was Heaven Sword Ancestor God, who was at the peak of Sword Principle, and was even one of the origins of Sword Principle. He said, Lingxi's final rule was borrowing the power of the spectators, and not her own power. Obviously, her victory was conditional. To be honest, she isn't the strongest 7th era's ancestral god. Ancestor God Panga retorted, a competition is a competition, and there will always be all sorts of situations that can arise. The goal of us holding this ranking god battle is to determine the victor on the spot. If there is a victor, and Lingxi completely used her own laws to seize power, I feel that she is the victor. In reality, it was up to Destiny Star Ancestor to decide. However, at this time, 3-star battle ancestor stood up and said, a defeat is a defeat. I have no reason to admit defeat. He was a real man, and he admitted his defeat. Especially in the end, Lingxi could have seriously injured him, or even killed him, but she did not do so. This battle, I have no regrets. 3-star battle ancestor said to the crowd with great pride. Even 3-star battle ancestor himself did not object. The others wanted to argue, but they felt that it was boring. For example, Heaven Sword Ancestor God, who directly shut his mouth and did not say anything more. Star Ancestor, what do you think? Pangu Ancestor God had to ask this ancestral god of the 4th era. Lingxi wins. Destiny Star Ancestor's words were simple and direct, but he made the final decision. Now, there were only cheers left. After a long time, Destiny Star Ancestor shocked the crowd and said, the strongest 7th era's ancestral god has been decided. This is the prize for the champion, and you deserve it. He looked at Lingxi, and finally, he gave a turquoise stone about the size of a thumb to Lingxi. I thought about it. It is useless to you, but it seems to be very useful to the one beside you. Although Destiny Star Ancestor was a man and an old man, his voice was very smooth. This sentence was naturally referring to Long Chen. Obviously, he knew the real reason why Long Chen asked Lingxi to participate in the Ranking God tournament of the 7th era. It seemed that this Destiny Star Ancestor was a smart man, but he did not say it out. Obviously, he acquiesced and did not stop Long Chen. If it was the chaotic whole ancestor or the others, this stone of life would not have fallen into the hands of Long Chen. Thank you, Star Ancestor. Lingxi accepted the stone of life. Chen, this Destiny Star Ancestor knows that you are still looking for the inheritance of other ancestral dragons, right? After all, sometimes Long Chen would use the edicts of life. If other ancestral gods were paying attention, it would not be difficult for them to guess. That's right. But he did not stop me, which means that he has acknowledged me. In the future, he will be our friend. Long Chen secretly said to Lingxi. That's good. As they were conversing, the Destiny Star Ancestor announced, our Ancestor God Alliance has decided that there are roughly 300 Ancestor Gods of the 6th era in the myriad of worlds. 2 months from now, we will hold the grandest 6th era Ancestor God ranking battle, and the strongest 20 will be decided. After that, the top 8 will be able to fight for the top 3 spots. There will definitely be more important rewards. Everyone, please spread the news and ensure that all the Ancestor Gods of the 6th era participate. Yes. The 6th era Ancestor God tournament was indeed about to erupt. This was even more important than the 7th era Ancestor God. After all, the 6th era Ancestor God was stronger than the 7th era Ancestor God. Who was the strongest expert below the Ancestor God Alliance? Everyone wanted to know. Just like how the 6th era Ancestor God was an entire level higher than the 7th era Ancestor God. Chapter 3490. Long Chen. Rumor has it that you have the ability to defeat Saint Ancestor Wu Shan. Although you are in the 8th era's Ancestor realm, you have the power of the 6th era's Ancestor God. The Battle of the Sixth Era's Ancestor Gods is a pinnacle competition. Do you want to participate and win first place? Destiny Star Ancestor's profound eyes were focused on Long Chen. Perhaps it was because Long Chen was growing stronger and stronger, but the number of ancestor gods that were showing goodwill towards him was increasing. This was a kind of promotion speed. Even Destiny Star Ancestor could see a huge turnaround in his future. Long Chen thought for a while. Although fighting with all the Sixth Era's ancestor gods was a great challenge for him, he was still weak in terms of power. He might be able to fight the Sixth Era's ancestor gods who were born in the middle of an era like Saint Ancestor Wu Shan, but it would be difficult for him to fight those who were born at the beginning of an era and were close to the Fifth Era's ancestor realm. In other words, there was no hope for him to enter the top 20 for the time being. Unless he reached the Seventh Era's ancestor god realm, but it would take him more than 10,000 years on the fourth floor of the Tower of Time. Or he could obtain the new Ancestor Dragon's World Source and Origin Dragon Soul to increase his means. Therefore Long Chen answered, I will not decide for the time being. After all, I know my own limitations. I am still a bit far from being able to get a ranking. However, if I have the conditions, I will definitely participate. With your temperament, if you are confident, you will definitely look down on the others. Of course, I am not the host of the Sixth Era's ranking battle, so I will leave you alone. Goodbye. Lingxi won and announced the official end of the ranking battle. From now on, Lingxi would be the first among the Seventh Era's ancestor gods. Of course, everyone knew that she would not stay in this realm forever. Sooner or later, the three-star battle ancestor would be the first. The crowd was still lingering around, waiting for Long Chen and the others to leave first. Right at this moment, Long Chen heard an explosive piece of news from the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. He hurriedly brought Kitten and Lingxi back to the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, not caring about anything else. After coming out of the Death World and obtaining the Life Origin Stone, Long Chen originally wanted to research the Life Origin Stone. However, he put the Life Origin Stone aside. This news was naturally told to him by Li Xuanji. On Dragon Sacrificial Continent, Li Xuanji usually protected Long Chen's two children, Long Yan and Long Lin. After staying on the fourth floor of the Tower of Time all year round, they had already grown as young as 13 to 14 years old boys and girls in Baiyang Town. However, although they had matured a lot, their temperaments remained unchanged. Dragon Face was still mischievous. As for Dragon Lin, he had become more mature and steady. After all, they were ancestral dragons. Therefore it was normal for them to grow slowly. Look. When Long Chen returned to Li Xuanji's side, she pointed at the sky above the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. At this moment, the entire Dragon Sacrificial Continent was seething with excitement. Perhaps all the divine dragons had directly transformed into their true forms and were soaring and whistling in the sky. This was a kind of carnival, a kind of submission. Above their heads, there were trillions of divine dragons soaring. Those were the ancestors of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. Of course, there were also many new divine dragons that had been born over the years. The Divine Dragon Clan was soaring. On this Dragon Sacrificial Continent, Long Chen was the only ancestral dragon. He was the pinnacle of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. However, from today onward, although he was still the pinnacle, the supreme ruler, and the protector, he was no longer the only ancestral dragon. Above the trillions of divine dragons, there were two exceptionally huge divine dragons flying. Although they were only half the size of Long Chen, they were much larger than many supreme divine dragons. One of them was blood-red from head to toe, and it was covered in neat and tidy blood-red dragon scales. Compared to Long Chen's primordial spiritual blood dragon divine body, it was slightly more delicate, but it still had the aura of the ancestor of slaughter. This was a complete primordial spiritual blood dragon. In terms of nature, it was basically no different from Long Chen's primordial spiritual blood dragon divine body, but it was clearly weaker. The other one was slightly smaller than the ancient spiritual blood dragon. It had dark blue dragon scales, but it was illusory and real at times. It swam in the long river of time. It was the void cosmic dragon. They are Yan and Lin. When Long Chen heard this news, although he had also been waiting for this moment, he was still very shocked that even his children had become ancestral dragons at the progenitor realm so quickly. This was due to the strength of his bloodline. That's right. Today, they condensed the origin of the world at the same time and gave birth to ancestral souls. They reached the progenitor realm and became true ancestral dragons. Ancestral dragons, of course, could only be considered true ancestral dragons when they reached the progenitor realm. Although both of their children were ancestral dragons, the difference between them and today, when they reached the progenitor realm and condensed the origin of the world, was like heaven and earth. I'm afraid the only difference between them and me is that they don't have the origin of the world. Instead, they are like Kitten, the destruction ancestral god. No, the destruction ancestral dragon. Although they would be at a disadvantage in battle without the origin of the world, and would not be as difficult to kill as the creation ancestral gods, they had endless room for growth. Given their potential, it should not be a problem for them to reach the fourth era in the future. Xueqi was also very happy. This was the crystallization of their love. The fact that these children had such potential was also a blessing for the younger generation. What was more fortunate was that these children were pure in heart. Long Chen was in a great mood. He was even happier than when he had obtained the life origin stone and reached the 8th era ancestral god. After all, his son and daughter were very good. It was no wonder that when he first returned, millions of mystical dragons took off. It was all to welcome the birth of these two new ancestral dragons. Of course, all the mystical dragons knew about their relationship with Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen directly transformed into an ancestral dragon and soared into the sky. He could be a primordial blood spiritual dragon or a void cosmic dragon. The two children could only be considered as the 9th era ancestral dragons, while Long Chen was currently in the 8th era and was much stronger than them. Moreover, the two children had almost no combat experience. Daddy. In the sky above the dragon sacrificial continent, the two cheerful children quickly came to Long Chen's side. Daddy, am I awesome? I've also become an ancestral dragon. I'm awesome too. Long Lin also came forward. You're all awesome. Long Chen brought the two children and rushed out of the dragon sacrificial continent, flying in the endless starry sky. It was only here that the commotion was so big. After bringing them around and playing for a while, the father and daughter finally transformed into their human forms and stood on a broken star in the starry sky. Regarding this, Long Chen was a little apologetic. The two of them had already grown up, but he hadn't brought them out properly. The myriad worlds were so big, but they had only stayed in the dragon sacrificial continent before. Now that they had all grown up, although they looked to be around 13 or 14 years old in Baiyang town, they had already become very beautiful and handsome. Long Yen inherited Lingxi's ethereal, fairy-like, elegant beauty, and had an additional heroic spirit bestowed by Long Chen, presenting a beauty that was different from Lingxi. As for Long Lin, he had Li Xuanji's cold temperament and was exquisite, and he also had the vigorous figure bestowed by Long Chen. At this moment, he had already become a fan of tens of thousands of people. However, his personality was closer to Mo Xiaolong's. He wasn't as flashy as Long Chen, but he was like a pure child, distinguishing kindness and hatred, as well as good and evil. How many rules do you know? After all, they only had bloodlines and weren't very strong in terms of rules. This might require Long Chen's guidance. After all, Long Chen had an inheritance, but they didn't. Only some. All right, I'll bring you guys in. I'll let you see what slaughter and time I've comprehended. However, that's only what I've comprehended. You guys still have to understand your own Tao. Great, great. We'll become very powerful and share Daddy's worries. What surprised Long Chen was that the origin of their world was actually the same as his. They both had attributes. For example, Long Yan's world was blood red in color, while Long Lin's world was dark blue in color. Perhaps only ancestral dragons would have that. Long Chen led them to the 4th floor of the Tower of Time. There was a lot of time here, so Long Chen wasn't in a hurry. He had spent a few years demonstrating the various rules that he had comprehended to them. The two of them learned very quickly. Of course, Long Chen would sometimes be a little vague, so it was best to let them have their own understanding. Most of the time, he let them learn their own domains. How is it? In the Tower of Time, Lingxi and Li Xuanji were standing together. When Long Chen returned, she couldn't wait to ask. They're very smart. They've already comprehended 2 types of left and right rules. Given their level, I'm afraid they can even defeat the 8th era's ancestral god. So powerful. Lingxi stuck out her tongue and said mischievously,
If we don't work hard, we'll be surpassed by them. Of course not. I'm their father, Long Chen said confidently. As for Li Xuanji, she had always been quiet. One day, when I get the world's origin and origin dragon soul of the Shadow Dream Charm Dragon, I'll be able to turn you into a real ancestral dragon. Long Chen held her hand and whispered in her ear. Just do what you can. I can use your other world's origins. Actually, there's no hurry. Li Xuanji was extremely gentle in front of Long Chen. Well, now that the two children are on the right track, it's time for me to study this life origin stone. Previously, Long Chen had examined it. In fact, it was a kind of rule that was attached to the stone. Because of this, the stone had such an effect. The trick now was to figure out the rule. Tai Chi Living Dragon. Perhaps it was all arranged by fate. In the past, the order of obtaining the inheritance blood essence was from the ancient blood spiritual dragon to the void cosmic dragon, and then to the Tai Chi living dragon. It was the same now. Even the children born at this time had the same order. Now, it could be seen that the child in Lingxi's womb was a new Tai Chi living dragon. Moreover, it was a little boy. As the youngest brother, he would probably receive a lot of love after he was born. It was just that he didn't know whose character he would inherit. Long Chen thought that since the family already had the overlord Long Yan, he'd better not be like Long Yan. Chapter 3491. Long Chen sat on the fourth floor of the Tower of Time with his legs crossed, holding that aquamarine stone in his hand. If one couldn't sense the rule of life in this stone, it might just be an ordinary stone or a godly item in the eyes of others. Previously, Long Chen had found the location of the Jiuli demon realm by approaching the Pond of Time. However, it was different this time. He couldn't find any information even after searching for a long time. In that case, why don't I take a look at the rule of life? His mind was immersed in the stone. On the surface, this rule is similar to the flame of life, which is used for healing. However, there's nothing special about this rule. Plus, I've already learned it. In other words, this life origin stone has nothing to do with the Tai Chi living dragon. That was possible. However, it was just the beginning. Long Chen didn't plan to give up so quickly. He kept thinking about it. Even though a year had passed on the fourth floor of the Tower of Time, he still hadn't made any breakthrough. However, after thinking about it for a long time, Long Chen understood one thing. There seemed to be two rules of life on this life origin stone. One is superficial, like the flame of life. The other is hidden in the rule of life. It's so deep that it's hard to understand it. The Tai Chi living dragon was the dragon of life and creation. Long Chen tried his best, but he still couldn't find the hidden rule of life. Therefore, he suddenly made up his mind and thought, since I have no clue, I'd better try to destroy it. He already had an idea. Therefore, at this moment, the force he exerted caused the emerald green stone in his hand to gradually turn into powder. By doing this, it was possible that the clues leading to the Tai Chi spirit dragon would be completely lost to him. But it was also possible that he would make a breakthrough in his search. There was always a way out. Finally, what Long Chen saw was a breakthrough. After the life origin stone was crushed, an extremely tiny grass appeared in the powder. That was what Long Chen wanted to find. Although the grass was tiny, it was indeed formed by a rule. It was a small but vigorous grass glowing with aquamarine light. It was so small that it was made of particles, making it hard to see clearly. This was the internal rule of the life origin stone. However, at this time, the life origin stone's external laws activated. The stone powder that Long Chen had crushed actually had a vigorous life force. It started to condense and restore itself to its original form. Quite tenacious. Long Chen smiled faintly as he continued to crush the stone. After that, he continued to observe the blade of grass. After that, he continued to crush the life essence stone, as if he were connected to the life essence stone. But in truth, he was trying to comprehend the natural laws within the stone. In other words, that tiny blade of grass. Although it was insignificant, the laws within it were extremely profound. Long Chen spent 1 year, 2 years, and finally, 10 years to comprehend it before he found some clues in the sea of countless laws. Not just life but creation. He understood a little. That blade of grass did not represent a tenacious life, but a kind of creation. In the process of touching the blade of grass, Long Chen sensed its rhythm and the process of its birth from the destruction of the life essence stone. It appeared out of thin air in this world. In the end, every time Long Chen crushed the life essence stone, the blade of grass would no longer appear, and the life essence stone would no longer restore itself. Instead, it would turn into powder and dissipate into the surroundings, leaving this world completely. But it did not matter, because Long Chen had already comprehended the laws hidden in the depths. In the past, the dragon sacrificial continent was established bit by the 9 ancestral dragons. The first ancestral dragon was probably related to all the divine dragon souls and the origin dragon soul. The primordial dragon sacrificial ceremony formed the foundation of the dragon sacrificial continent, followed by time, fate, karma, life. The true protagonists of the birth of life were the primordial dragon sacrificial ceremony and the Tai Chi life form dragon. As for the Tai Chi life form dragon, it created and decorated this world. The birth of all living beings is closely related to the Tai Chi life form dragon, especially the spirits of plants. The plants in this world were also a kind of life. It was just that they had no soul, no thoughts, and could not move. All living beings was this law. Perhaps the Tai Chi life form dragon had relied on this law bestowed upon it by the myriad worlds to create the billions of spirits of plants on the dragon sacrificial continent. Perhaps this law could not be used in battle at all, but one had to admit that it was a new breakthrough, a new attempt. At this time, Long Chen's mind was thoroughly enlightened. Long Chen enlarged the blade of grass he saw earlier in his mind. The law of life swept through his hand. Finally, on his palm without any seeds, a real yet fragile blade of grass was truly born. This blade of grass had 4 appearances. It looked weak but tough. Its greatest significance was that it was personally created by Long Chen. It was a life that was not born through reproduction in the myriad worlds. It was the source of life. This was the true appearance of the blade of grass just now. At this moment, Long Chen could totally create all kinds of flowers, plants, and trees. His gaze was attracted by this blade of grass, and he remembered every detail of it. Because it was very likely that this was the appearance of the Tai Chi life form dragon's world origin. It was like a low mountain of slaughter. It was like a stinking ditch of time. It was the blade of life.
Chapter 3492.
What's the matter?
Primal War Ancestor didn't have much to do recently. The ancestor gods were used to the long passage of time. Even if they were in a daze, millions of years would pass.
War Ancestor, you know how I obtained the Time World's essence, right?
Long Chen asked directly after returning.
Of course.
You said it yourself. You exchanged it for the instant demon stone in the Xueqi demon domain, said Primal War Ancestor. It's like this. I recently received a new clue.
What I didn't expect was that the other ancestral dragon, the primal chaos lifeform dragon, still has its world's essence in the Xueqi demon domain. When Long Chen said this, Primal War Ancestor roughly understood. He was pleasantly surprised and asked, Long Chen, are you saying that you might be able to inherit the 3rd ancestral dragon's legacy? The primal chaos lifeform dragon, the dragon of life and creation? Yes.
This was probably what the ancestor gods were guessing, but there was no proof. However, this had nothing to do with them. After all, they couldn't inherit it. However, this meant that Long Chen would become even more heaven-defying. As a staunch supporter of Long Chen, Primal War Ancestor was naturally delighted by this news. He said, "That's great. I'll be waiting."
When you become the 3rd era's ancestral dragon and become even stronger, surpassing all the 4th era's ancestor gods, I'll see how those fellows dare to be arrogant in front of you.
He was referring to the Chaos Hole Shaman Ancestor and the others. Almost half of the 4th era's ancestor gods didn't like Long Chen. They valued power and didn't want Long Chen to be above them.
As for Primal War Ancestor, he had originally walked the same path as Long Chen because he wanted to repay his debt of gratitude for the Doomsday War.
That's still a long way off. The most important thing is that I want to obtain life right now, but there's trouble. I told you about my relationship with demon ancestor Qi Yu last time. Because I took time and became stronger, he was extremely regretful and even attacked me. Long Chen would never forget that punch. At this point, the primordial war ancestor frowned and said, It is indeed troublesome. First of all, if you tell him the reason and ask for it, he definitely won't give it to you. Furthermore, he will probably contact the other fourth epoch's primordial ancestor gods of the Ancestral Gods Alliance and swear to defend the Xueqi demon domain to the death. They don't want you to become stronger, so you definitely can't let him know that life is also in the Xueqi demon domain.
I think so too.
Long Chen nodded. Of course, no matter who it was, it would be difficult for them to guess that there would be a world source in the Xueqi demon realm. Long Chen himself was shocked. If I can't explain, then the second method is for me to directly attack and break the ancient Xueqi demon diagram to bring you in. If you can quickly find life, then this method will work. However, if this method causes a lot of trouble in the future, Qiyu demon ancestor will definitely join forces with the Ancestral Gods Alliance to target us. This kind of action will naturally be a violation of the Ancestral Gods Alliance's rules, so it will probably cause a lot of trouble. So, unless absolutely necessary, it's best not to use this method. Long Chen also knew this. Therefore, he came to ask the Primordial War Ancestor if there were any other methods. The Primordial War Ancestor thought for a long time and said, "Go back first. I'll think about it carefully. I must find a better method. Don't be impulsive. Of course, you can actually try to test Qiyu demon ancestor. As long as you don't leak anything, he definitely won't know where the world source is." Understood. In this case, it would be easier with the Primordial War Ancestor's help. Long Chen returned to the dragon sacrificial continent and gathered everyone together to think of a solution. However, no matter how complicated it was, if the Qiyu demon ancestor knew the truth, it would still be troublesome. Therefore, he decided to go and see what the current Qiyu demon ancestor's attitude towards him was. After making his decision, he calmed down and came to the Xueqi demon domain with an easygoing attitude. The Qiyu demon ancestor was indeed still in the Xueqi demon domain. Currently, the myriad worlds were preparing for the 6th era's ranking god battle. However, in reality, the true climax would be in the 5th era or even the 4th era. Most likely, the moment when the strongest ancestor gods would decide the victor was about to arrive. For this, the most competitive Qiyu demon ancestor would definitely yearn for that moment. Now, all the 5th era's ancestral gods had no ranks. Although the 4th era's ancestral god was still above him, the Qiyu demon ancestor had to at least make the other 5th era's ancestral gods revere him. At this moment, that familiar person appeared outside the Xueqi demon domain again. What is he doing again? Filled with doubts, the Qiyu demon ancestor appeared in front of Long Chen. His eyes were extremely cold and deep. In the battle of the 8th era's ancestral gods, the Qiyu demon ancestor was very angry that he couldn't kill Mo Xiaolang. "You came to my Xueqi demon domain again. Are you trying to test my patience?" "Long Chen, I know that the 4th era's ancestral god is protecting you, but aren't you afraid that I will make you suffer by swaggering around like this?" The Qiyu demon ancestor was like a slap to the face. His appearance was a threat. However, Long Chen was full of smiles. He said, "Qiyu demon ancestor, you don't have to be so serious. I have nothing to do recently and thought of some misunderstandings between us. Today, I came to you mainly to settle our differences. After all, I also respect you very much. I don't want to have any more conflicts." Long Chen's words surprised the Qiyu demon ancestor. He waved his hand and said, "There's no need for that. Scram immediately. Don't overestimate yourself. In my eyes, you are not a big deal. I don't have any conflicts with you." After saying that, he looked as if he wanted Long Chen to leave as soon as possible. Long Chen stopped smiling and suddenly said seriously, "Demon ancestor, to be honest, regarding my future, half of it is approved by the ancestral god and the other half is disgusted. And the disgusted part is mostly because of the fear in my heart. I can't accept the truth. Now, everyone understands the situation. One day, I will recover the power of the ancestral dragon. I obtained the world source of time because of you, so I should be very grateful to you. But you don't accept my gratitude and even treat me coldly. I find it very strange and completely unnecessary. If I can succeed in the future, I will definitely repay you. If I can't, it won't harm your interests. Why are you so obsessed with this small conflict? It really puzzles me." In reality,
If the Qiyu demon ancestor's attitude towards him was normal, Long Chen would really be grateful to him. However, the Qiyu demon ancestor was getting worse. It was obvious that his temper was getting worse. When he heard Long Chen's words, the Qiyu demon ancestor still didn't understand. Instead, he became even angrier. Long Chen really didn't know where his irritation came from. You are here to threaten me. Humph, Long Chen, don't be happy too early. I don't think it's possible for you to successfully become the ancestral dragon before the epoch. You still have a long way to go. He was still like that. Long Chen was a little puzzled. Today, he had thought that if he could reconcile the conflict and rope him in, it would actually be a way to obtain life. However, from the current situation, it wouldn't work at all. He was still hostile towards Long Chen. After thinking for a while and combining the Qiyu demon ancestor's attitude time and time again, Long Chen suddenly said, Demon ancestor, I feel that you have a very strong desire in your heart. You want to be above everything. However, you are the creator god. It's impossible for you to advance, so you are very unwilling. However, it just so happens that I have this talent. Moreover, I have taken away the origin of time that is extremely important to me. That's why it's so hard for you to get over it. Is that right? When he guessed this, he was basically sure that this was the case. Halfway through his words, Long Chen returned to the death rain. This was because he knew that if the Qiyu demon ancestor was really like this, then he would be a rather dangerous person. The peace that he wanted was impossible to realize under the intense jealousy of the Qiyu demon ancestor. If he wanted to reconcile with him and obtain life again, it would obviously not work. You are courting death. As expected, this was the Qiyu demon ancestor's response. Fortunately, Long Chen left in time. Otherwise, if he stayed there, who knew how furious the Qiyu demon ancestor would be after he was exposed? After leaving, Long Chen did not know what the Qiyu demon ancestor would be like. However, he was sure that because of his words, the Qiyu demon ancestor would probably hate him even more. This kind of inner thought was even more of a scar when it was exposed. Long Chen was very helpless against the Qiyu demon ancestor. However, he was not afraid. Currently, half of the fourth era's ancestral gods in the myriad worlds did not want him to continue growing. Including the Qiyu demon ancestor, there were not many. It was just that the Qiyu demon ancestor was more intense. After returning to the dragon sacrificial continent, the primordial war ancestor happened to ask him to go over. After knowing that Long Chen had been to the Xueqi demon domain, he hurriedly asked about Long Chen's situation. Long Chen told him everything. Your guess is right. It should be like this. Obviously, there is no possibility of reconciliation between you and the Qiyu demon ancestor. However, there is no need to worry. He is only a fifth era's ancestral god. No matter how powerful he is, he will not reach the level of the fourth era's ancestral god. In the end, he will be surpassed by you. Long Chen was fine. What was troubling him now was how to obtain life. Actually, I asked you to come here this time because there is a feasible way. Hearing the primordial war ancestor's words, Long Chen was instantly overjoyed. What is it? The primordial war ancestor said, Actually, we need help from people other than myself. First, it is the Lord of the Original Soul. I have been communicating with him a lot recently and we have a good relationship. After I asked him, he was already willing to help us. The Lord of the Original Soul is the ancestor of the Tao of Spirits. He can make the Qiyu demon ancestor fall into a deep sleep for 2 to 3 days. After that, he will not have any memories of you, me, or life. If we want to obtain life, we must first make him know nothing. This is one of the points. However, there is another problem, and that is the ancient Xueqi demon diagram. How do we enter? Long Chen also knew that if outsiders wanted to enter, they had to destroy it. The primordial war ancestor said, that ancient Xueqi demon diagram belongs to the Qiyu demon ancestor alone. It is connected to him. Once we destroy it, he will probably wake up. Even if he doesn't wake up, it will not be good if he wakes up and discovers the traces. It is too risky. Therefore, at this time, we need the help of the second fourth era's ancestral god. This one can let us pass through the ancient Xueqi demon diagram without anyone knowing and reach the Xueqi demon domain, allowing you to obtain life and return. Who?
Chapter 3493. Destiny Star Ancestor. Long Chen had only just gotten to know this fourth era's ancestral god. He had only spoken a few words during the battle of the seventh era ancestor god. I'm not sure if he will help me. If he knows about life, but is unwilling to help or even obstruct me, what should I do? This was what Long Chen was worried about. I know a little about Destiny Star Ancestor.
From what happened to Mo Xiaolang and his attitude towards you during the battle of the seventh era ancestor god, he is more likely to be willing to help you.
Even if he is unwilling, I don't think he will obstruct you. Primordial War Ancestor answered. Long Chen thought about it. In fact, Destiny Star Ancestor seems to know that Long Chen's goal is the Life Origin Stone, but he still gave it to Long Chen. This proves that he is at least not hostile to Long Chen. Alright, no problem. Let's go find Destiny Star Ancestor. Of course, Long Chen had been to that world before. In fact, when Destiny Star Ancestor first arrived, Long Chen had personally visited him and told him about his identity and the situation of the myriad worlds. This time, he was accompanied by Primordial War Ancestor. Not long after, the Lord of the Original Soul also arrived. The Lord of the Original Soul was a gloomy soul. It seemed to have no body, flesh, or even a face. It had no eyes, ears, mouth, or nose. But because of this, the profound power of the Original Soul was quite terrifying. Let's go together. Long Chen was very grateful to these two for daring to help him to this extent.
It was also because of this that the chaotic whole ancestor and the others were afraid of him, but could not kill him.
After passing through the death rain, they soon arrived at the Wheel of Predestination. The Wheel of Predestination was the world of the Predestination stellar ancestor. Looking from above, it was a huge wheel that was spinning at the moment. The edges of the wheel were jagged, and the whole world looked like a weapon. It was an original level world, as mysterious and special as the Predestination stellar ancestor. It was hard to understand. Why have the three of you come to my Wheel of Destiny? They had just arrived, so of course, they couldn't escape the eyes of the Destiny Star Ancestor. In the blink of an eye, the Destiny Star Beast in human form stood in front of everyone. His face was still glowing, and he looked extremely stout. Of course, his smile was also warm, as if he was welcoming an old friend. The Primordial War Ancestor and the Lord of the Original Soul signaled for Long Chen to speak. The two of them had accompanied Long Chen here, so it was clear that the main character was Long Chen. Long Chen went straight to the point. Star Ancestor, there is something I need your help with. If you can agree, I will be eternally grateful. Oh, there's something that these two can't do. Destiny Star Ancestor was a little curious, but he did not refuse. Instead, he said, tell me about it. I want to know if I can do it. Last time, I obtained the Life Origin Stone.
Through it, I obtained the whereabouts of the world origin of one of the 10 great ancestral dragons of our dragon sacrificial continent, the Tai Chi Lifeform Dragon. Next, he told the Destiny Star Ancestor about the current situation and the Primordial War Ancestor's plan.
He did not hide anything, because he trusted the Destiny Star Ancestor.
How about this? The Destiny Star Ancestor stretched out his chubby palm and pinched the hair growing on a mole at the corner of his mouth.
After thinking for a long time, he murmured, how do I put it? This doesn't conform to the rules of the Ancestral God Alliance. It's a bit reckless and risky, but you want to obtain the life that belongs to you. That's a matter of course. I also want to see what the Tai Chi Lifeform Dragon is like. So, it's a small matter, and the Chi-Yu demon ancestor won't lose anything, so I'll agree to this favor. Although he talked nonsense for a long time, he still happily agreed in the end. In fact, he had no intention of refusing at all. He just wanted to make Long Chen anxious for a while. I can't thank you enough. Long Chen was also very excited to receive his agreement so straightforwardly.
With the help of these 3 fourth-era primordial ancestor gods, as the Primordial War Ancestor had said, life was indeed a piece of cake. This was not out of the expectations of the Primordial War Ancestor and the Master of the Original Soul.
The 3 fourth-era Primordial Ancestor gods looked at each other. After all, they understood each other's meaning. This meant that from today onwards, they would firmly stand on Long Chen's side. As Long Chen's ally, it was also their ally. They looked at each other and smiled, not saying anything. In the future, in order for Long Chen to grow to the peak, they would contribute even more. Of course, Long Chen also knew this. He was also very happy to be able to make such powerful friends. With them around, it would not be a big problem for him to obtain more inheritance items. Long Chen, oh Long Chen, you have to do well. We are betting our future on you. If you don't do well, the three of us will be a joke to the ancestor gods of all worlds. Fate Star Ancestor was more straightforward and said directly with a smile. Long Chen also smiled. Although he did not reply, these were all things that were engraved in his heart. Of course, compared to the three ancestor gods around him, his desire to become stronger was naturally stronger. To be honest, I have seen some scenes of the future, and I feel that it is not optimistic. In the midst of the joy, Fate Star Ancestor suddenly became serious. The so-called fate in reality was related to fate in the future. Fate Star Ancestor's strength lay in his strong premonition and grasp of the future. Perhaps because he predicted that Long Chen would definitely be heaven-defying in the future, he decisively chose to stand on Long Chen's side and help Long Chen without hesitation. However, there was also something that worried him. Is it a fight between the ancestor gods, or the sealed sky-devouring clan? Now that the myriad worlds were in danger, there were only these two things left. Fate Star Ancestor said, in a peaceful environment, the ancestor gods will definitely compete and fight for power. But as long as we follow the rules of the ancestor gods alliance, the disaster should not happen, but internal conflict is unavoidable. But what worries me is the sky-devouring clan. They are too strong, and we do not even know where they are sealed or when they will descend. The myriad worlds are not free from disaster. Perhaps in the myriad worlds, only I, because of the rules of fate, will feel such a strong sense of danger. Me too. Long Chen was speaking the truth. He too felt a strong sense of danger. Primordial War Ancestor said, but the myriad worlds are only so big, and we have to search almost everywhere. We do not even know where they are, nor can we strengthen the seal. There may be danger, and the trouble is that we do not have a solution. Fate Star Ancestor looked at Long Chen and suddenly said, if the sky-devouring clan that once defeated the 10 ancestor dragons descend again, we, the ancestor gods of the myriad worlds, will only be cannon fodder. Even our fourth era's ancestor god was defeated by them. Even if we all worked together, we would not have any hope of winning. So today, I agreed to search for life, because I wanted Long Chen to grow to his peak. So that was why. No wonder he agreed so easily. You are too far-sighted, and we are ashamed of our inferiority. But what you are doing is definitely not wrong. Lord of Original Soul nodded and said. Fate Star Ancestor meant that the ancestor gods of the myriad worlds' power was certain. Only Long Chen was uncertain. So, if they wanted to break the future of disaster, Long Chen was probably the biggest hope. They vaguely knew that Long Chen was the arrangement of the 10 ancestor dragons, so now, they were naturally willing to use all kinds of methods to help Long Chen, to make him stronger. So, they were closer to each other. Poor Chaos Hole Ancestor and the others. They are short-sighted, and even now, they are worried that Long Chen will become stronger than them. It seems like they have long forgotten how terrifying the sky-devouring clan is. Do they really think that this is an era of peace? Fate Star Ancestor said in disdain. Primordial War Ancestor said, in truth, even without your fate rule, we also felt that the sealed sky-swallowing race would fall forever without the apocalypse and never return. Now, it seems that it is still possible. This was like a stone pressing down on their heads. Let's get life for Long Chen first. The 3 ancestor gods of the 4th era brought Long Chen through the death world. Before reaching the Jiuli demon territory, the Lord of the Original Soul naturally went out first. He reached the outside of the Jiuli demon territory first. As long as he showed a little bit of strength, the Qiyu demon ancestor would naturally notice him. Master of Original Soul. In the blink of an eye, the demon ancestor Qiyu appeared before him. However, the moment he appeared, the master of the original spirit ancestor Qiyu turned into a phantom and entered his body. The eyes of the demon ancestor Qiyu rolled back as his body gradually went limp, falling into a deep slumber within the starry skies. This was something that the master of the original spirit ancestor Qiyu had to resort to using some really powerful methods in order to achieve. Remember to be quiet, don't disturb him, Master of Original Soul reminded. The Master of the Original Soul Force reminded. After all, the Qiyu demon ancestor was no weakling. If the master of the original soul force wanted to restrain him, it would still require some strength. No problem. Fate, just bring Long Chen in. I will stand guard outside. Primordial War Ancestor also stayed outside, in case someone suddenly came and woke Qiyu demon ancestor. Okay. In that instant, Long Chen felt like he was surrounded by a mysterious wind. Fate Star Ancestor was this wind. He surrounded Long Chen and swept Long Chen towards the ancient Xueqi demonic diagram. If it was just Long Chen, he would definitely be sent flying. Luckily, a miracle happened. Fate Star Ancestor used his heavenly methods to pass through the ancient Xueqi demonic diagram silently, and brought Long Chen into Xueqi demonic territory. Xueqi demonic territory appeared before Long Chen again. Time is of the essence. Chapter 3494. Is there any result? Destiny Star Ancestor definitely could not find it. Though he was strong, this was something left behind by the Tai Chi Spirit Dragon. It was hidden deep enough to hide from the sky-swallowing race. Though they were all from the Fourth Era, the ancestral dragon was much stronger than the ancestral gods. Long Chen said, "It's too well hidden. We have to search the entire world. We can't miss any corner. Take your time." About 4 hours later, Long Chen's tense face finally relaxed. He said, "Found it. It's here." Together with the Fate Star Ancestor, they crossed over mountains and ridges. Eventually, a vast grassland appeared in front of them. There were countless grasses and all kinds of grasses. Their postures and appearances were also completely different. However, there was only one of them that was exactly the same as the one in the Life Origin Stone. This is it. Seeing that Long Chen had taken away that extremely ordinary little grass, Destiny Star Ancestor had a feeling of disbelief. To him, this blade of grass was just an ordinary blade of grass. But for Long Chen, this stalk of grass was so dazzling in the midst of the countless bushes around him. When he touched it, Long Chen could basically confirm that this was life, based on his previous 2 experiences. Yes, this is it. You should not be wrong. Let's go. Destiny Star Ancestor took Long Chen and left the Xueqi Demon region. Then he called Primal War Ancestor and they entered the Death World. As for the Lord of the Original Soul, he would take care of the rear and clear up some of the Qiyu Demon Ancestor's memories. He had seen the Lord of the Original Soul before. Of course, he could not let him know he had been here. In the Death World, Primal War Ancestor also expressed his disbelief that this grass was life. But he believed in Long Chen. Okay, after you get this, study it. We will leave first. If you need help, just say it. Primal War Ancestor was always a straightforward person. Long Chen never thought that something he thought would be difficult to get would appear in his hands so easily. These 3 ancestral gods had helped him a lot. Long Chen didn't need to say too many words of thanks. He would remember all the help they had given him. The Lord of Original Soul also returned to the Original Soul realm. Destiny Star Ancestor also left here. Long Chen appeared on the 4th floor of the Tower of Time with Xiao Chao. With the grass in his hand, Long Chen fell into deep thought. If I have the origin dragon soul of the Tai Chi living dragon, I can become a primordial blood spirit dragon in one go. Next, I need to get the origin dragon soul of the Tai Chi living dragon. Long Chen was extremely excited when he saw that more of the 10 great ancestral dragons' inheritance items had returned to him. He was getting closer and closer to his goal. Normally speaking, a Tai Chi spirit dragon would leave clues about the origin of its dragon soul in its life. As for the birth of life, it should be the rule of all living beings. Using the grass as a foundation, Long Chen unleashed the brand new life rule, all living things. As he unleashed it, the grass indeed changed. Its leaves and roots gradually turned to ash, turning into particles before condensing again. In the end, a jade-green ring appeared in Long Chen's hand. It was very beautiful, and there was a small divine dragon head on it. The eyes on the dragon head would occasionally move, as though it was a real life. Within it, there was an endless amount of life energy. Although Long Chen couldn't fully control it, apparently, the power of this life could match that of slaughter and time. The 3rd source of the world. Long Chen was very pleasantly surprised. He wore this dark green ring with a dragon head on his finger. It was in the same position as Ling Shi's black hell ring. The black hell ring was cold and sinister, full of evil energy. On the other hand, the life ring was like a cool breeze. It was gorgeous and beautiful, making Ling Shi extremely envious. But there was something more important. Long Chen's mind was immersed in the life ring. Last time, he'd found Mount Buzhou in this way, so he wanted to see if the Tai Chi spirit dragon had left any clues for him in this life ring. The world of life was a green world of living beings. Flowers and trees grew everywhere, and all things flourished. Long Chen walked through this endless world. At the end, he saw the shadow of an ancient key. The key. Long Chen did his best to remember what this key looked like, because it was very likely to be a clue to the origin of the Tai Chi spirit dragon's dragon soul. This key had a skull at its head, and there was a lot of rust on it. It looked like it could break at any time. It was very ancient. Of course, Long Chen had never seen such a key before. Before long, this image disappeared from Long Chen's eyes. The key. And not the specific place. This made Long Chen depressed. If there was a specific place, such as Mount Buzhou, then it would be easy. It wasn't difficult to obtain the origin of the Void Infinity Dragon's dragon soul, but how was he going to find this key? Long Chen created a key that was exactly the same as the one he'd seen. Of course, this didn't work. He only showed the key to the dragon attendants and the Primordial War Progenitor. Of course, the Primordial War Progenitor and the others had never seen this key before. The dragon attendants came from before the epoch, so they didn't recognize this key either. For a time, he lost all clues and leads. Time passed just like that, so there were no clues. Long Chen was quite annoyed. Most of the people around him knew about this key, and they were also helping Long Chen search. Long Chen planned to start looking for other world origins if the clues from the Tai Chi spirit dragon were too short. Long Chen knew very well that the infinite worlds were only so big. He had already searched many times. If he didn't have a fortuitous encounter, it wouldn't be easy to find that key. The key shouldn't be the foundation. There should still be a place that needs the key to open. Where is it? Now that he couldn't even find the key, he didn't even know where to open it. Since he really couldn't find it, Long Chen planned to cultivate in peace for a few thousand years first. However, not long after, the Primordial War Progenitor brought him new news. Long Chen came to the warship to meet him. The Sixth Era's ancestral god battle will begin in a few days. You should know about it, right? Said the Primordial War Progenitor. Long Chen knew about it before, but he felt that it didn't have much to do with him. He had other things to do, so he didn't pay attention to it. It seems like it's about time. The Primordial War Progenitor said, currently, in the Ancestor God Alliance, no one has started planning for the 5th or even the 4th Era's ancestral god ranking battle. Therefore, the 6th Era's ancestral god battle is almost the last one. Therefore, the Ancestor God Alliance is planning to make it a little more grand. For example, this time, all the 5th Era's ancestral god alliance will be mobilized to maintain the god battle. Also, there will be 3 4th Era's ancestral god alliance presiding over the final battle. It's indeed a few levels grander than before. It can be considered the pinnacle of the infinite worlds. In reality, the god battle did have the effect of making the infinite worlds livelier. Otherwise, the infinite worlds would feel lifeless to the ancestral gods. However, even so, Long Chen didn't really want to participate. This was purely a battle to determine who was stronger among the ancestral gods and to increase their reputation. He was already famous enough. He didn't need to use such a method to become famous and gain the respect of the other ancestral gods. Moreover, he had a certain level of confidence in his current state. At most, he could fight against the 6th Era's ancestral god, who was roughly born in the middle of an era. At the end of an era, he wouldn't be a match for Long Chen. At the beginning of an era, or even the 5th Era's ancestral gods, Long Chen knew that he wasn't a match for them yet. Therefore, he definitely wouldn't be able to enter the top 8. However, why was the Primordial War Progenitor telling him this? The Primordial War Progenitor quickly answered his question. He said, because there are 3 4th Era's ancestral gods presiding over the overall battle, they have also prepared 3 rewards for the top 3 ancestral gods of the 6th Era. In fact, the previous rewards were prepared by the 4th Era's ancestral god presiding over the battle.
Which three ancestral gods are they? Long Chen asked.
They are the primordial chaos ancestral god and the chaos ancestral shaman. The last one is also of the Fey race. He's called the landscape Xueqi beast, also known as the Xueqi Fey forefather. The primordial chaos ancestral god should be quite nice to you, while the chaos ancestral shaman has great malice towards you. As for the Xueqi Fey forefather, he doesn't have much interaction with you. He should be neutral. Long Chen didn't quite understand why the primordial war was telling him about these three in detail. Could it be that he wanted him to participate in the god battle of the sixth era's ancestral god that would shock the infinite worlds? To be honest, this battle had caused a terrifying shock among the gods and devils. The common people hoped that their own ancestral god would be stronger than others, so they would compete with each other. However, Long Chen wasn't interested. He had already given the divine dragon race enough honor. This time, the three ancestral gods have brought out a higher level of rewards. This time, the rewards that the three ancestor gods brought out are all of a higher grade. They can be said to be unique in the current barren myriad of worlds. Among them, the ancestor god of primordial chaos prepared the part of the fourth era ancestor tree. The reason for its name is because of the material it was made from, and it should have been born in the fourth era. I don't know how he found it, but although it's useless to us, if the sixth era's ancestor god consumes it, the ancestor god's body will form a protective barrier around it. It's equivalent to having an additional layer of protection. It's very effective, so the ancestor god alliance treated it as the reward for the champion of the sixth era's ancestor god battle. As Long Chen listened, he knew that the main point was at the end. Chapter 3495. These things were indeed more useful than the previous rewards. Long Chen didn't really want them. After all, he was more confident in his future growth. Besides, they weren't easy to obtain. No matter how useful the rewards were, the greatest desire of those ancestor gods in participating in this battle shouldn't be for the rewards. At this time, Primordial War Ancestor said, "Here's the main point. I'm also very surprised. The Primordial Fire Ancestral Stone is the reward for the second place, while the third place reward is given by the Black Hole Ancestor. At first, he couldn't take anything out, but yesterday, he suddenly said that he found a key as the reward for the third place. The reason was that it was a key that he couldn't comprehend. Obviously, you understand what I mean. Now that the ancestor gods were poor and had nothing except the world origin, it wasn't easy to find a reward. The Black Hole Ancestor spent a lot of effort to find a key. However, although he hadn't seen the key, it was very likely that it was what Long Chen wanted. There weren't many things that hadn't been discovered in the ancestor gods of the fourth era. It was impossible for there to be two keys that the Black Hole Ancestor couldn't comprehend. Long Chen thought for a moment and said, "If it was obtained by another ancestor god of the fourth era, I might be able to ask for it privately. However, the Black Hole Ancestor hates me. If he knew that I wanted this key, he probably wouldn't give it to me. Therefore there are only two ways for me to get this key. One is to participate in the battle of the sixth era's ancestor gods and strive to get third place. The other is to wait for the battle of the sixth era's ancestor gods to end and ask the sixth era's ancestor god for the key." That's right. These are the two methods. The former might be too difficult, but it doesn't clash with the latter. As for the latter, it's unlikely that it's too difficult. We're just worried that something unexpected might happen. After all, he has the key and we're asking for it. It's fine if he agrees, but if he doesn't, we'll have to force him. We might even get the master of the original soul to take action. However, the key is different from the grass. The Chi-Yu demon ancestor's world lost a stalk of grass and he doesn't know about it. However, if that person loses the key, he will eventually recall it. There's no way to hide it. Besides, if you use the key, the Ancestral Gods Alliance will at least know. After Primordial War Ancestor's analysis, Long Chen understood. He said, "It would be best if I could obtain the reward myself, but it would be too difficult for me. If I only hoped to fight for the key owner, there would be a certain degree of risk. But after all, there are only these two methods. I think the safest way is to use both methods since they don't conflict with each other. Although the sixth era's ancestral god battle is too difficult for me, I can still try." That's right, that's what I think too. It's safer to use both methods at the same time. To Long Chen, happiness had come very suddenly. In general, the first method was more proactive, while the latter method was more passive. He needed to wait. Long Chen could have just waited and not fought for it, but that wasn't his character. After learning about the key, he couldn't sit still. This time, the 6th era's ancestral god battle is more grand. If you want to participate, you need to engrave your name on the ancestral god wall in the Hongjun Starry Sea. Pangu, Hun Kuan, and the others are there. Go ahead. Since you're going to participate, you have to be high profile. Let others think that you're fighting for glory and not for the reward. No problem. At this time, Long Chen was mentally prepared. After bidding farewell to the primordial war ancestor, he headed directly to the Hongjun Starry Sea. The so-called ancestral god wall was a piece of land next to the Hongjun star. Of course, it wasn't big. The ancestral gods have lost their memories now, so they just like to give random names. Looking at the so-called ancestral god wall, Long Chen was quite speechless. However, the most exciting battle was about to begin. Those who were going to participate had basically left their names here. Long Chen was considered late. However, there were still dozens of 6th era ancestral gods who stayed here to observe their opponents. Of course, there were also many 9th, 8th, and 7th era ancestral gods who wanted to join in the fun. There were also about 10 5th era ancestral gods here. Their main task was to count the number of people and arrange the battles. The location of the battle had already been chosen. Due to the grandeur of the battle, it was almost chosen at the center of the myriad worlds, which was also the location where the Doomsday had once been. Now, the ancestral gods still didn't recognize that the center of the myriad worlds was the dragon sacrificial continent. Because there were only about 306 era ancestral gods, there were 50 battles for points. A win was worth 1 point, and a draw or a loss was worth no points. Only the 8 with the highest scores could fight for the top 3. When Long Chen descended here, he naturally attracted everyone's attention because of his special identity. Instantly, all the ancestral gods' gazes landed on him. What is he doing here? Don't tell me he also wants to participate in the battle of the 6th era ancestral god. That should be the case. Otherwise, why would he come here? I heard that he repelled sacred ancestor Wu Shan previously. He has the strength of the 6th era ancestral god. Impossible. Did you see it with your own eyes? I remember that he seemed to be about the same as the sacrificial god ancestor. The battles between Long Chen, demon ancestor 9 and sword ancestor Yi Yuan were all private. Therefore, not many people knew about it. When he came here, everyone was still very curious. I remember that Destiny Star ancestor invited him. While they were chatting, Long Chen arrived at the Elder God wall. Elder God Pangu already knew that he was going to participate, and so he didn't ask any questions. Instead, he said, "Just leave your name here. I'll arrange for your opponents later." All right. Leaving one's name was a very simple matter. The ancestral god wall was already filled with all sorts of names. They were grand and imposing, and each of them had an imposing aura. Leaving one's name here was like a battle between the ancestral gods. If one wasn't strong enough, they wouldn't be able to leave their name here. Just as Long Chen was about to attack with massacre, a coarse voice suddenly exploded behind him. Hold on. Someone actually stopped Long Chen. Long Chen didn't think too much about it. He turned back and saw a special existence. It was an extremely burly ancestral god, similar to the barbarian race. He had a huge body, and his skin was as rough as stone. Only his waist was wrapped in animal hide, and his chest was bare. His entire body was extremely domineering, and it made Long Chen feel a certain impact. But this person's greatest characteristic was that he didn't have a head. It was as if his head had been chopped off a long time ago, and had yet to recover. Therefore, his nipples were his eyes, and his navel was his mouth. The voice from before had come from his abdomen. Long Chen naturally recognized him, and was also familiar with him. He had once been good friends with Xing Wuji of the heaven-punishing war god planet. And this person before him was the ancestral god who had created the heaven-punishing war god planet. His name was Heaven-Punishing War God Ancestor.
The heaven-punishing war god planet had been born in the middle of the sixth epoch, so this heaven-punishing war god ancestor was here to participate in the sixth epoch's ancestral god war. But Long Chen seemed to have already seen his name on the ancestral god wall. What's the matter? This was his friend's ancestral god. Long Chen had a good impression of him, even though his appearance was a little strange. The heaven-punishing war god stared at Long Chen with a strange look in his eyes and said, "You are also here to participate in the sixth epoch's ancestral god war. I have a few brothers who aren't particularly convinced. Obviously, you are at the eighth epoch's ancestral god realm. Just based on the rumors that you defeated Mount Wu Divine Ancestor, you were able to sneak in. We suspect that Mount Wu Divine Ancestor went easy on you. After all, even if you are the ancestral dragon, how could you have gone against the sixth epoch's ancestral god war in the eighth epoch? So he was here to cause trouble." Looking behind him, it should be the other ancestral gods of the sixth epoch who had instigated him to come. This heaven-punishing war god might be a little simple-minded, but he was full of brute force. Long Chen said, "It's not up to you to decide whether I am qualified to participate or not. If I don't have the strength to match, wouldn't I be asking to be humiliated? This is a battle of 50 battle points, and I can't withdraw midway. If I don't have the strength, I don't need to seek death, right?" Hearing what Long Chen said, the heaven-punishing war god ancestor actually felt that it made sense. But he was stubborn and immediately said, "Don't try to trick me. I just don't think you are qualified to be compared to our sixth epoch's ancestral god war. What a joke. You are not allowed to participate. That's not up to you to decide." Long Chen couldn't be bothered with him. He waved the long sword in his hand and left his name on the ancestral god wall. Ancestor god Pangu said, "Heaven-punishing war god, stop fooling around. This has nothing to do with you." This time, the heaven-punishing war god was angry and said, "How does it have nothing to do with me? If he can participate, why can't the other eighth epoch's ancestral god war participate? I suspect that Saint Ancestor Wushan is going easy on me. Long Chen, I want to challenge you. You have to show us your strength before we will be convinced. Otherwise, you don't have to participate in the battle of the sixth epoch's ancestral gods." This guy was really difficult to deal with. Because of Xing Wuji, Long Chen had a good impression of the heaven-punishing war god star. Now that the registration was completed, Long Chen couldn't be bothered with him. But at this time, the other party had already revealed his world source and was ready to attack. His world source was very similar to Xing Wuji's weapon in the past. It was a giant axe and a bronze shield. Such a huge thing should be considered a qi. The qi was the bronze shield, and the qi was the giant axe. The qi was actually a single entity. It was a world source. The heaven-punishing war god's rules of battle were direct, clean, and decisive. It was completely built on domineering strength. Without a second word, he had already charged towards Long Chen. At such a close distance, if Long Chen escaped, he would be too weak. His attack would also be a joke. There were many people who wanted to see him make a fool of himself. Behead. He didn't have a head, but he liked to behead. The heaven-punishing war god roared. The giant axe in his hand descended from the sky. It looked simple, but in reality, it was a life-taking rule. Only those who were in the battle rule vortex knew how powerful the heaven-punishing war god's behead rule was. It wasn't any weaker than the sword Dao of the first origin sword ancestor. Chapter 3496. Eternal Time Calamity Finger. Against the provocation of an existence like the Heaven Punishment Battle Ancestor, no amount of words would be as effective as a single attack. Under the beheading attack, Long Chen's time wrapped around his finger layer by layer. The moment Long Chen stabbed out, a seemingly insignificant burst of light intercepted the Heaven Punishment Battle Ancestor's attack. This was the destructive power of time, compressed to the extreme. The Heaven Punishment Battle Ancestor had the most tyrannical and direct battle rule. Beheading was like a curse, and very few could evade such a swift and fierce killing move. But Long Chen was different. His time rule was superior to the word fast. After all, speed was based on time. When he fused time acceleration with the Eternal Time Calamity Finger, The chaotic time beam collided with the Heaven Punishment Battle Ancestor's giant axe in an unprecedented amount of time. Boom. Then, the Eternal Time Calamity Finger seemed to explode. Its power was released through the explosion, and through the explosion, a large area of chaos was formed. Buzz! The Heaven Punishment Battle Ancestor's rule was forcefully interrupted at this moment. Bang! The beheading failed, and time was thrown into chaos. He used his huge divine body to be sent flying by Long Chen's time power, flying millions of kilometers away. At this time, he had already disappeared from everyone's sight. In fact, from the initial disagreement to the end of the battle, only a split second had passed. Perhaps the Heaven Punishment Battle Ancestor had disappeared before the various creator gods could even react. Before the battle, they absolutely didn't believe that Long Chen, as the 8th era's ancestor god, would have the power to fight against the 6th era's ancestor god. Of course, the reality was quite devastating. At this time, even if they didn't believe it, Long Chen had personally confirmed to them that he hadn't participated in the 6th era's ancestor god ranking battle to cause trouble. He's heaven-defying. He can already display such power at the 8th era's ancestor god. What if he's even stronger? For example, if he's the 5th era's ancestor god, then even the 4th era's ancestor god wouldn't be his match. Ancestor Dragon, is it really that exaggerated? Or did he use some method that surpasses his limits? This kind of space to advance is really enviable. For a time, the creator gods were no exception. Many thoughts flashed through their minds, and some of them began to imagine how he would perform in the real ranking god battles. Get lost! At this moment, the sturdy Heaven Punishment War Ancestor charged over from afar. His battle intent had already reached its peak. He had lost face because he hadn't expected Long Chen to be so strong. However, this time, he would definitely suppress Long Chen and regain his face. Dang! The Xingtian Battle Ancestor roared, causing the entire star domain to tremble. Boom boom boom. Under his intense battle intent, the starry sky rippled. At this time, the Heaven Punishment War Ancestor was heroic and fearless. There was only slaughter and battle in his eyes. This was his true state, and he was clearly much more powerful and terrifying than before. Seeing that the Heaven Punishment War Ancestor had returned, some of the ancestral gods couldn't help but want to see him break through Long Chen's defenses. Perhaps that would give them some peace of mind. At the end of the day, Long Chen's rapid advancement made them envious, but they also didn't feel safe. Enough! Right at this moment, Elder God Pangu appeared in front of the warlord Pangu. The warlord's boundless will to do battle seemed to vanish into nothingness before Pangu's eyes. Pangu's edicts were quite similar to Elder God Pangu's. In truth, the warlord Pangu was like a miniature version of Elder God Pangu, just that he wasn't as wise as Pangu. With the appearance of the 5th era's ancestor god, this battle naturally couldn't continue. Now, you've already tested whether or not Long Chen has the qualifications to participate in the ranking god battles. Do you want to fight? Everyone has 50 battles in the ranking god battles. If you continue to be stubborn, we will disqualify you. The words of ancestor god Pangu enraged the heaven-punishing war forefather, but he had no choice but to endure it. His aura was ferocious, and he looked past ancestor god Pangu at Long Chen. He said angrily, "You'd better not run into me in the ranking god battles. Otherwise, I'll definitely show you the difference between us." For a battle maniac, if the battle didn't end, it would be like a starving person who had just eaten some delicious food and was told that he couldn't eat anymore. His hunger would be magnified. Isn't this the gap between us? Long Chen smiled and pointed at his own head. You. Being mocked as a brainless person, the Heaven Punishment War Ancestor was about to explode. However, Long Chen didn't care about him. After all, he wasn't Long Chen's target. It was good that he came to provoke Long Chen today, lest more people questioned whether Long Chen was qualified to participate in the ranking god battles. What happened today would be spread out, which would solve some troubles for him. When the Heaven Punishment War Ancestor was in a rage, Long Chen bade farewell to his acquaintances and returned to the Death Reign and the 4th floor of the Tower of Time. As for the news that he was going to participate in the ranking god battles, due to his uniqueness, it would spread across the myriad worlds in a very short period. All the creator gods and even most of the deities and demons would know about it. The myriad worlds and the ranking god battles would be more lively because of his existence. A few days later, the ranking god battles would start. As it would probably be the last ranking god battles, it would attract the attention of all the ancestor gods in the myriad worlds. Even some godly emperors and godly venerables would want to watch it, but they weren't qualified. In fact, the news that Long Chen was going to participate in the ranking god battles had already spread across the myriad worlds. But in fact, most of it was negative news. Just like the Heaven Punishment War ancestor, many creator gods doubted his qualification to participate in the ranking god battles. If the Heaven Punishment War ancestor hadn't verified it, some people might not be convinced. Of course, Long Chen had basically chosen to ignore the news that was spreading like wildfire. What he needed to think about most was how to get into the top 3. Based on my current level, although I have the advantage of being an ancestor dragon, I'm still 2 great eras lower than the 6th era ancestor gods. It's still possible for me to fight Heaven Punishment War ancestor, but it would be very difficult for me to defeat him, not to mention about 40 of the 306th era ancestor gods who were born at the beginning of the era. There was no way Long Chen could defeat those 40 people, and there was no suspense at all. Therefore, Long Chen was having a headache. 50 battles. 1 battle a day. It would last about 2 months. That means almost 2,000 years in the Tower of Time. The only possibility is that I have to fight 1 battle every 30 years during the 2,000 years. I have to see whether these battles are useful to my cultivation. I should focus on cultivation. If there's still no news about the original dragon soul of the Taiji living dragon, the only way for me to improve myself is to promote to the provenance ancestor of the 7th era as soon as possible. As he fought, he moved forward wholeheartedly. Actually, it had been more than half a year since he reached the 8th era ancestor realm. During this period, although he dealt with many affairs outside, he spent most of his time on the 4th floor of the Tower of Time. In terms of battle strength, he had made progress. If he entered secluded cultivation, it might still be very difficult for him to reach the 7th era ancestor realm. However, if he fought precious battles on the same level while cultivating, he might gain a marvelous effect. Of course, it was not certain. It was possible that he could gain nothing. The opponents are arranged by the Ancestral God Alliance. There are those who support me and those who oppose me in the Ancestral God Alliance. I hope that they don't arrange my opponents in these 50 battles to be too terrifying. It would be great if there was a gradual process. Primordial War Ancestor might negotiate with Chaos Ancestor God and Xueqi Ancestor Demon about this point. Long Chen didn't need to worry about it. Although there were only a few days left, it was still hundreds of years for him. Therefore, he focused on improving himself in all aspects. He didn't waste any time. Not until the day when the ranking battle started did he end his cultivation. When he arrived at the place where the doomsday was, he saw a huge crowd. Although it was still the process of the ranking battle, Zhang Tai estimated that all the ancestor gods of the 4th era had arrived, except for some ancestor gods of the 4th era. The number of ancestor gods had already exceeded the number of ancestor gods of the 7th era. From this, it could be seen how much the ancestor gods valued the ranking battle. Perhaps their days were too boring and they needed this kind of excitement. Long Chen's appearance in the crowd seemed insignificant, but he could hear the people around him discussing him. Guess how many battles Long Chen can win? If he's using his true strength when fighting against Battle Ancestor Xing Tian and Saint Ancestor Wu Shan, then it's still possible for him to win a dozen or so battles. If not, then he'll definitely be at the bottom and might even lose 50 battles in a row. I don't think there's a need for him to humiliate himself. Of course, it's not that high. He's probably here to train himself. No matter what, let's just watch. There are many people who want to train themselves. He won't make a difference. Stop talking about him. It's like he's special. At this time, the people who were talking saw Long Chen nearby and shut their mouths. In the center of this place was the battlefield. They had set up a very wide area with dozens of battlefields. Each battlefield was overseen by a 5th era ancestor god. With the 5th era ancestor god overseeing it, it would basically be stable. This was still the ranking battle, so the 3 4th era ancestor gods didn't come. But all the 5th era ancestor gods were here. This was definitely a big lineup. It was almost time. The crowd gradually calmed down. 6th era ancestor gods participating in the battle, come over here. The elder god of the 5th era called out to all of the elder gods of the 6th era, roughly 300 of them, who had been mixed into the crowd, and they all joined the battle. For a time, the scene grew even grander.
Long Chen also joined the crowd. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.